hopefully people in the future can get a little bit more other dust information when they're checking the system out. So if you're new here, since I mean, if you're watching this on Twitch, there's a decent amount of people that watch it on Twitch. But if you're looking at this on YouTube, I hope that this ends up being very informative. uh, since we are pretty new to Other Dust, so we're gonna be looking through the system, talking about it a little bit today, and making some characters together, live with each other. A little bit of cooperative character building. Though that might not be the right term because it's not like there's some kind of built-in system for Other Dust that has one character like or one player directly affect someone else's character build. At least not in any way that like a regular game doesn't. So we have Will. You want to say hi, Will?
What's up?
We got Steven.
Hey guys.
And finally, we have John.
I exist.
You do exist.
Hi.
But are you a real boy?
I will get back to you on that one.
Okay.
So the first thing I want to do is I'm going to create a notes section that we will, or a handout that I'm just going to call Session 0 Notes. And then I'm going to give everyone access to it. And then we can start... God. All players, there we go. And I'll start adding things to this note, so I would recommend pulling it up. I have given it, so it's in all your journals. You can find it. You guys remember where to look for this stuff? I don't know how long it's been since people have been using Roll20.
I haven't used Roll20 in a little while, at least.
Okay, so in the top right, there's a little, looks like a folder. It's next to like a music note and like an image.
Oh, I see it.
If you click on that, there should be a note in there at the top because I haven't put it in a folder yet.
Yeah, I found it.
Okay, cool. There shouldn't be anything in it yet. I actually have my tablet in front of me, and I have a few days ago when I brought up that like maybe we should all think of like kind of general expectations you have for a post-apocalypse. I went and made like a pretty big one that's a combination of like it's mostly general expectations. There aren't really any setting specific ones. Though a lot of them, since this is a post-apocalypse, a lot of them do fit in like the general mold. Is anyone here both a relatively decent typer and willing to type some stuff while I talk about it?
I'm not a particularly fast typer, so I'm probably not good cut out for it.
Me too.
I can try.
Okay.
Sorry to put the spot on you.
If you're okay with this, Steven, you don't have to.
I don't mind. The one thing is I cannot currently type anything in Session Zero's notes.
Yeah, no, I know.
have
I haven't given anyone permission to edit it yet. I wanted to talk with everyone, see if someone was okay with it before I did it. So let's I just gave you permission for that, Steven. So let's start off at the top. I guess before we do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to break this down into expectations, plots, and tones as like our three major hitting points for our early discussion. And I'm going to talk about them one at a time. And what I'll do is I'll bring up the things that I think are like classic for the setting itself, and then ask you guys if you have anything to add to like, yeah, for example, we're going to do expectations first. If there's expectations that you guys think are, you know, kind of iconic to a post-apocalypse. And then we'll move on to plots and tones, repeating the process. until we have like a general idea of like classic post-apocalypse in those three categories, and then we will probably we'll go back to the top of expectations, and then kind of talk about things we expect in this game specifically, and we'll chat about it until we have like a common consensus, because obviously there's going to be expectations that like I'll probably have expectations that some of you don't have, or you might have expectations that some of us don't have, and we're going to find some kind of common ground in there, so we can establish something that we're all happy with. Since this is like a sandbox game that like I'm creating by myself, but obviously your input's very important here because I'm making a sandbox game for all of us to play it, right?
Right.
So if you want to throw
We all are
expectations at the
contributing.
top, I think that would be great, Steven. Just as like a
It's
category.
there.
Okay, cool. I'm not even
I'm formatting it, and I will update it and save periodically.
Okay. So I'm gonna throw expectations is actually the one I have the most to talk about for our initial like what I think are classics. So first expectation, pretty common one for post-apocalypses, set on Earth. That one's pretty straightforward. Most of the post-apocalypses you're gonna go check out, no matter what the media, are set on Earth, which I think is fair because it lends some kind of familiarity to it, even though we are generally twisting the world into some extreme of various kinds. Another one, limited resources. That's another expectation, specifically water or maybe fuel, something along those lines. Definitely something when I think post-apocalypse jumps to my mind as an iconic post-apocalypse. I don't know, expectation. And you'll notice that pretty much everything I'm going to list for the expectations, especially, is going to be stuff that if you've read the book, you see is in there. Because in many ways, this is a very iconic post-apocalypse setting within the Other Dust rule system. A global disaster. That's addressed in the book, and I do expect it in pretty much all of my apocalypses.
Something went wrong.
Exactly. Though I think because I am going to bring that up in the future, specifically a global disaster is an expectation. The question of what went wrong is something that will be addressed soon. Modern technology no longer working. This game is set in the late 2800s, so the version of modern tech we're going to deal with is a little different. But this is a general expectation for our post-apocalypses. You can't just go grab your sedan and drive down the street and expect the stoplights to work, or, you know, for that matter of fact, probably have a sedan that works at all. At least not in a regular sense.
Yeah. Maybe you're that guy who worked his magic and managed to restore some ancient vehicle, but there's probably not very many of you.
Yeah, few and far between. Which,
And
But it is pretty cool if you manage to do it. So
it is pretty cool.
that's one of those awesome things, like in post-apocalyptic, they're so rare, and then you run into that one guy who's got like the tank, and you're like, oh my god, this guy's got a tank. This is awesome.
Right?
Oh god, it's Elon Musk with a fucking Tesla.
Tesla with a Tesla on its back.
Yeah, with a Tesla
oh
cannon.
god, that sounds both awesome and terrifying.
In this part of Las Vegas, in the middle of the apocalypse.
Another iconic expectation for post-apocalypses is we expect to see tribal or feudal systems as the way that most bodies form around. You know, small groups of 20 or 30 travelers or hunter-gatherers of some kind, which I personally find to be very interesting because humans in their natural state tend to gather in 20 or 30. just because that's enough people to be able to tackle big tasks, but not destroy the environment that you're roaming in, to not overburden it. It's not too much for a community. So I think it's interesting that the post-apocalypse taps into that in a way that most people don't like directly realize. Another expectation, and we're a little over halfway at this point.
Okay.
I know some of this might seem repetitive, but I'm just trying to get all the things that I think are post-apocalyptic on the table. Surviving in tough conditions. That's an expectation. If I'm playing a post-apocalyptic game or watching a movie or reading a book, there's going to be hard stuff that they're going to have to deal with, and that's going to be really common. That's one of the big things with a post-apocalypse is surviving through hard times, difficult situations, overcoming that. Another one, and this kind of ties back to something I said a few expectations ago, is retro tech, which is probably what you think it is. It's taking old stuff and using it in new, strange ways. A fun example would be like a box television used as a fishbowl, or a magnifying glass used to heat up your food, something like that. Are these viable ways to use these things? Potentially, if you have the right mind for it. But that is an expectation in most of your apocalypses, is using old stuff in new funky ways that aren't quite normal, at least to us. And then another expectation, I only got a few more at this point, is like mutants, cannibals, evolved animals, stuff that's not human. It's moved on past that. It's taken weird steps. And I know maybe cannibalism seems like the odd one out there, but I think that's an important one to grasp onto. I think they're all important, but cannibalism is one that I think is very interesting, because we have plenty of real world examples of when the green things start to disappear, people turn to cannibalism, like literally every time in human history. We start running out of plants, we start eating each other. An iconic example that I think most people know is the Easter Islands. Ran out of vegetation, started eating each other. So I would expect stuff like those mutated animals and cannibals, evolved animals or mutants, because I like to separate those two. Generally speaking, remember, these are general expectations for post-apocalypses as opposed to ours specifically or expectations of the book. One of the last ones after that is harsh environments. We don't expect to see many, if any, places that are going to be easy for us to exist in. You need to be tough because the environments we're in are tough. They're hard to deal with. They're grueling. They make you work for every little piece, and if you stop working for those pieces, they're going to tear you apart into pieces for other people. I mean, look at the image I'm sharing with you guys. This place doesn't look pleasant to live in, but to be fair, the settlement in front of you is probably better off than most of the places around you.
It actually does not look half bad for post-apocalyptic standards.
Moving on. This one that I kind of saved it towards the end, because I think there's going to be a conversation that we need to have here. I just feel like there is, because it touches on some stuff that is important to the setting, but I know people have varying comfortability with. Continuing the species. And this kind of branches in a couple different ways. that we'll end up talking about, but the version I'm talking about or thinking of has a pretty big focus on breeding. There aren't many people left, and that's something that we all need to be conscious about because everyone in this setting realizes that. So keeping the species going as a whole is important, but just because of how divisive people are, um, it can get a little bit deeper than that. It could be keeping, this specific ethnic group going. There's certain responsibilities that all of you have in some capacity, because your success or failure, no matter what the scale, is really important to your race as a whole. And when I say this, I mean human race. I know we're going to have conversations about ethnicities and other such divisive topics when it comes to splitting up people into different groups in the future, but I'm talking about the human race as a whole right now.
Mhm.
So, understanding that there is an expectation for you to succeed, not just for yourself, but for everyone else who calls themselves a human. That's a big part of the post-apocalypse that you see a lot, especially like Mad Max, right? For some reason in the Mad Max universe, there are very few women, right? And in almost every Mad Max, they're like breeding stock, right? Because we need to continue the race, and this is the only way we found to do it. Which, there's a decent amount of sexism behind that if you think about it. I don't think I'll end up focusing much on that. I'm sure there will be sexism, but not in like a distasteful way. I we're all signing up for a post-apocalypse game here, so there are going to be uncomfortable conversations, but we can make them enjoyable, and that's what I plan on doing. And I know some of you have seen me take some uncomfortable stuff in different ways in the past, and I tend to try and actually make them engaging, interesting, and something you guys can actually play around with, as opposed to something that's just there to make you uncomfortable, because that's not fun for any of us. I'm definitely trying to avoid that. Not trying to avoid that. That will not happen, assuming we all communicate with each other. I have a pretty good general understanding of what you guys are and aren't okay with, but something I actually plan on doing after today, which maybe is a bad idea, is giving you guys it's basically a list of a bunch of different things that I've seen make different people uncomfortable in the past. And you guys will have like 3 or 4 different options, like a okay, okay with, don't care, can't see at all, or keep it veiled type thing, something on that scale. Where you guys can say, I don't want to see these certain things. And I'm just going to throw out a handful of examples that are on different scales. That could be something as common as like arachnophobia. I know a lot of people don't have a problem with that, but some people do. Or something more common that we can all say makes us uncomfortable to some degree, like child labor. Some of us don't want to see that. Which is okay. And there's plenty of other things that will be on that list that we don't need to discuss today, because if it makes you uncomfortable, I don't want to force you to talk about it. Though obviously if at any point I do bring something up that you don't want to hear at all, let me know. I know you guys already know this, but just for full transparency's sake, since we are playing a setting that especially lends itself to cruel things happening, since it is such a tough world that you're going to be living in. And the final one, this is a common expectation, is finding some kind of nirvana out there, the ideal land, the place far away from here that is for some reason better, whatever the setting be. In, Waterworld, it was land. In Mad Max, it was a place with greenery, that kind of stuff. This one, I know these last few I've been talking about more than just like a general expectation, but I think it's a little bit more important with these last few. I apologize if it's frustrating anyone. Finding Nirvana, um, I like it as a concept. I just don't think if we're going to do a long form campaign in this setting that it makes sense. Um, I'm more interested in the concept of if you guys want something along that line. I like more of the it'll come up later, so I'm not gonna talk about it too much, but the idea of you guys creating not your own Nirvana, but your own place that you're happy with, that is better off than you found it. I think that
Yeah.
that's a lot better than just a chosen land that you found, because this game does um, lend itself to it's a game meant to keep you within a very large area, but within a specific area. That to me, I could work in some way that a Nirvana exists in there. I just don't think it would do the type of game that is aided by the system justice. So this is the one that I included as an expectation that I personally expect us not to indulge to the extent that we will most of, if not all of the rest. Um, but obviously that can change depending on how people feel about it. That's the thing. These are just general expectations, and the last few I just happened to add a lot more on just because I think it was important to talk about. Are there expectations that you guys think are common to post-apocalypses in general that are not on this list?
I think you nailed it, to be honest.
I like well, another common one is like the scattering of like the super advanced stuff too. Like I'm not sure if that made sense, but like that there's the there you know there's people who've gone back to the primitive stuff. People who have like who've managed to get like the basic modern stuff, and then there's the people who've managed to keep the super advanced stuff working to some degree, like the laser guns or that kind of stuff too.
Okay. I I can agree with the maintaining of the tech as a um as like a something you see in a lot of post-apocalypses. If we just make it a little bit more general, I can get behind that one. I think that one does that is like an iconic post-apocalypse thing, is like a small group of people normally that have more advanced tech than most, if not all, people around them. I think that is a good expectation I can get behind. Though, to an extent, um, I, I don't know. I had a thought there and it disappeared. That's my fault. I shouldn't have been reading a list looking for hints at something that clearly wasn't on it. I can get behind that one. Did you have any more you wanted to throw out, Steven?
Uh,
You don't have to. I fully expect like I have room for you guys to come in and speak, but I really did try and do a good job of thinking of as much as I could, especially when it comes to the expectations, because I think the expectations provide pretty much everything that we can need for plots and tone. So I really focused on that one more.
yeah, I mean, some of it I think sort of falls under other categories, but like whole mutants and evolved animals like making use of said things or combating them. Like there's lots of different sub things to those. So I guess, but
Yeah, that's kind of the point, is I wanted to avoid having like 75 different expectations, so I tried to bring them under I don't want to call them umbrellas because I don't think that does them justice, but I wanted to make it so they fit into like most of our apocalypses, right? This is the mold of an apocalypse. I didn't want to get too specific because then you're like, well, no, that's really this kind of apocalypse as opposed to that kind.
Okay.
Well, Will, did you have any that you felt like needed to be on the expectations for just apocalypses in general?
I do have one, well, a couple, but they could both like maybe fall under the same category. Maybe some kind of like old world, like maybe some kind of old world remnant of like some kind of military or malfunctioning robotic sort of stragglers kind of roaming the wastes. Maybe some kind of militant group trying to bring back one of the old world militaries or old world robotics or automatons that just malfunctioned that are now just kind of gone crazy.
I think that one right there is more like setting specific.
Okay.
Sounds like Fallout.
Well, no, like I can think of plenty of settings that do it, but it's definitely a specific type of post-apocalypse, which is the kind of thing that I was trying to avoid. Because if we were, for
Okay.
example, talking about Other Dust, I would say that's a perfect expectation. That's 100% something that's in Other Dust, or plenty of other things like Fallout, as Steven said. But I don't know. To me, that's not a general post-apocalypse. That's just a very large category of them.
Okay.
But I do expect us to come in and add kind of our own expectations as a kind of offshoot of this after we've talked about general stuff.
Right now, we're just sort of making a general list of things.
Yeah. Um, and I fully expect expectations to be the one that we spend the most time on because expectations is the one that like we all have, whereas opposed to like plots and tones is something that I have to do a lot more work on my end. But they build off of the expectations. The expectations is it's a foundation for the rest of the stuff. If you guys are cool with it, I think plots is something we can move on to from here.
Sure. I have updated that list, so it does have the stuff in it.
Nice. Thank you very much, Stephen. And like I said, these plots and tones are going to be a lot shorter than expectations because I'm not throwing everything on here. I'm just kind of throwing stuff out that I think generally works for the expectations we've set up. And you can kind of see you're building we're building expectations up, which is leading to like very natural ideas of plots forming in your guys' heads. I'm sure you've already thought of many of them at this point. Survival. I think that's the first one that we all think of if you look at a bunch of these on here. You know, we don't have that much food or water. We need to find more of it. We need to get a place where there's a resource of it. That kind of stuff.
Set up a community that can produce the shit.
That would be great. The reason we have these small groups of people, these tribal or feudal systems, is to aid that. Continuing the species that cover that so many of these things feed into survival as a plot. And I think that's the simplest one to state out there, and honestly the most common when it comes to post-apocalypses. We are just trying to survive. The next one after that, gathering critical resources. We kind of just talked about that when I brought up the limited water, food, whatever it is you're thinking of. That's a really common plot in post-apocalypses, is getting resources that are critical to whatever it is in the moment. And we can see there's overlap there, which all plots really should have when it comes to them being general concepts. I think intertribal warfare is another good one. People fighting over these different things. And that's just because that's what fucking humans do.
Yep.
we had the you can you can look at our expectations and it's kind of funny. We're talking about plots, but a plot I expect is people fighting over all these different things. Maybe it's mutants that hate humans, or humans that hate mutants, or they need the food, or the environment's pushing them towards each other, and only so many of them can survive in an area, so they have to fight over the things they need there. Um,
People are fighting to get that bit of advanced tech that's left.
exactly. Because we need every advantage we can get, which leads me to the final plot that I think belongs on this list, which is adapt or die. You need to find a way to survive in this new world, or, as I kind of brought up earlier under expectations, you're going to die. That's as simple as it is. If you can't find a way to adapt to the current situation, something else will. And quite often, if you're not adapting to the situation, it leads to death. So that will be a major plot. I think those four, to me, are iconic plots in every post-apocalypse. And honestly, I think it's very hard to find a standard post-apocalypse plot that does not fit into one or more of those four. But as I ask with the expectations, uh, if there are plots you guys think don't get covered by those four, I would love to hear them.
Just gonna throw out there that like as an actual plot in and of itself is sort of state building in a way, group building. Establish the community, the feudal system, the tribe, the whatever. You know, build that up.
Honestly, I feel like that gets covered in the other plots. Like, that could be put under survival. Hell, you could put it under gathering critical resources, because at the end of the day, people are resources. In our post-apocalypse game, in any post-apocalypse, I don't. I personally feel like that's covered with pretty much all of them, besides maybe three. But if you guys think it warrants its own plot, I think it's in there as well. I figured it would be something more as a specific for what we're talking about, as opposed to a general. But I can see it having a space, as long as everyone else thinks it deserves one. Guys,
I mean, it does seem like the kind of plot that would, I feel like, takes a little bit of all four of them and mesh them together.
yeah, and once again, that's kind of the point of these, is that they should cover.
They establish themselves for survival and gather. Yeah, that's what John thinks. If he's still here.
I'm still here. Don't worry.
Okay.
I think that's pretty good, to be honest.
Why don't you throw it on there, Steven?
Okay. Okay. I have thrown that on there as well. Now there's tone. Or other people have other plot ideas, but I think we
And
kind of had everyone sort of say that.
I would
Yeah, I
actually
got.
say that let's go back to expectations, if you wouldn't mind, Steven, and let's throw Will's on there
Sure.
from earlier, because I do think that the expectations that are being thrown out and plots that have been thrown out are more specific to what I think we imagine our versions of post-apocalypses are, as opposed to general. So I think we should throw Will's on there too. Because so far, like, the things you guys are throwing out, I like and I want in these games, but I don't think it's like general post-apocalypse.
Okay. Is the struggles between groups to maintain or restore an old nation or group of some kind? that sum up what you wanted it close, like what you were saying, close enough? Because you know,
Like,
yeah, I would say so.
like
Say it sounds about right.
to maintain or restore an old nation or group of some sort. It's just, I'm trying to make it general,
Yeah,
uh,
not just
idea of
military.
kind of like like restorationists, kind of just generally people like
I
either
mean, do we just call that like reimagined remnants?
that sounds
Uh,
actually sounds kind of cool. Like rearrange. Well,
They might not necessarily be the original thing, but they
okay.
they are an interpretation of said thing.
Okay, remnants slash reimagined remnants.
I like it.
that works. That works.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out how best to write it for the purpose of the list. So okay, now we got tones.
We do have tones. And I do have something. I forgot to mention this because it's not really its own. I mean, it's not really its own category. It's notes related to all of these. So after tone, I do have a handful of notes that I do want to throw out there. But for tone, I think I'm gonna go through some of these pretty quick. But you know, for tone, I think of harsh. I think of survival. I think things are very hard. It's rough. There's jagged edges coming from the tight, dusty concrete. Their lips were pursed, no water to be found. Like it's rough, you know? That's how I imagine one of the many tones you can have within a post-apocalypse. Um Another big one after that is ingenuity and the human spirit. Our ability to adapt, overcome, create new things out of the old. The fact that we can take a crummy situation, we can deal with it, make it our new normal, and improve upon it. And I think in a way that ties to the next tone that I wanted to throw out there, which was hope. And you'll find that a lot of these tones are tied to each other because even though you can separate them, I think they're all related to some degree. Um, Hope is a really big thing. You might see, your car might break down, right? Which sucks, but you might be able to strip some of those parts from your car into scrap metal that you can use to repair your gun. I think that's a good combination of ingenuity and the human spirit with hope. Something bad has
Like
happened, but we've made something good out of it.
your car your vehicle broke down, and think you're gonna get caught by raiders, and it turns out the people following you were actually like friendly.
I love it.
Because sometimes that happens. That's actually that's actually amusingly a decently common thing that happens. Is like the person will be running away from this group, and then it turns out that the group was just like following them to say hello or something, or because they were just looking for more
Misunderstandings.
people. Yeah. Actually, yeah, misunderstanding is a thing that happens a lot in this apocalyptic stuff.
That's true, and part of that stems um from, like, I think the original tone that I threw out there is, it's very harsh. We're trying to survive. It's hard. It's tough to exist here, and you have to be these things to continue. So we tend to become paranoid and expect the worst from those around us, which is where that fear comes from. But we can't just focus on that tone. We need to look at ingenuity and the human spirit as well as hope, because putting those three together, even though it's not all of my tones, I have another one after this, really brings in that balance that you strike in most of your post-apocalypses. This give and take, this harsh survival, this moving forward, this feeling that something is going to come out of all of this hardship that's been forced upon you that you're dealing with.
Okay.
Which kind of brings me pretty naturally to the final tone that I would put on this list, which is I've titled very dramatically, and you can give me crap for it if you'd like. Bright sparks in dark places. It is in the toughest moments that you face that the brightest lights exist. Adversity creates strength, and that is something that I want to play with. And it is an expectation within our post-apocalypses, is that the best things happen because of the worst of times, and you can expect that bright light in the darkness, and you're gonna crave it. And when it gets taken away, you're gonna fight as hard as you ever have, so that you can find a new bright light, or avenge the one that you've lost. And I actually have an example of this that I can provide if you guys would like, as kind of a general way that in post-apocalypses this gets expressed.
I'm pretty familiar with it. A lot of post-apocalyptic fiction.
Might be too, but you're free to describe it if you want.
You okay with that,
Make sure I'm right.
John?
Yeah, I am. Don't worry.
It's a general example. It doesn't cover, like, this isn't like a catch-all. If you follow this format, you've covered every post-apocalypse. But I think it's an example that you'll see quite often. You know, the main character struggles alone. They're in a hopeless state. You're in your darkness, right? And then you find an ensemble, some kind of cast, some group of people. Now you're hopeful. Then you spend some time working with these people, and you can go as far as to say maybe you're happy at this point. And then, for some reason or another, we start to lose these people you've spent some time with. And we're back to hopeless. But in some way after this, you start to rebuild. Specifically with the people we're talking about. Because in post-apocalypses, it's quite often the connection with others that you see as like an important concept. Probably because we're human beings, but also because of how important it is in a post-apocalypse to work with others. It's very rare that you indulge in a post-apocalypse where the person surviving by themselves is the one succeeding. They normally have to, even if they are a loner type character, or any variety of the loner, they normally have to work with a group of people. How many times have you seen The Stranger with No Name, and he's had a whole movie where he didn't interact with some kind of town or group of travelers? The answer, I'm pretty sure, is 0 movies.
One. The what is it? The rain or what? No, not the rain. The road. The road. As his kid.
That's fair.
They don't interact with anybody at any point, but that's kind of the point of that movie. So
yeah, it's an outlier. That's fair. I shouldn't have stated it that way because it was more of like it's impossible. Yeah. But as with everything I've brought up today, people, we're talking about common setups, common things within this genre as a whole. You guys have probably thought of dozens of different examples that just say fuck it to different things I've brought up so far.
Sorry, it's just when you said that I was like, wait, no, there's that one movie I know, and book. I know this one. I love it as a thing. So I was like, oh, that one.
That's my bad. There's a lot of things I'm doing today that you guys probably noticed that I don't normally do, and that's because this isn't going to be like other games you guys have played with me. And hopefully if I've done my job right, this isn't going to be like other games that you've played. I want you guys to all find things that are unique to this game itself, and part of that is part of getting to that is us sitting here and having this talk, even though initially it's been a lot of me talking, mostly because I didn't want us to spend like 10 hours getting to this point when I just thought I could spend a few hours getting all the common stuff out of the way and making a list of it. I do have a few notes. Kind of just things that came up to mind that I don't think belong in any of these categories specifically. I don't think they're tones or plots or expectations. They're kind of just stuff that in different ways could be thrown into these different categories depending on how you interpret them. So if you wouldn't mind, I see. Oh, okay, you already have created a notes section. Thank you very much, Stephen, for doing all this. I appreciate it. I wrote down, and I do apologize if some of this doesn't make sense. I did make this all at like 11:30 at night when I made it. I just put finding treasure is life, not just cash. Quite often, when we're playing these post-apocalypse games, the barter system is how most things work, and that is a conversation we're going to have. I don't think we're going to have it yet, but I do think in post-apocalypses that statement is true. Finding treasure is life, and you can see that reflected in like I said, many of these other categories. I don't think it fits in one place specifically, and that's what all these notes are. The second one, I wrote NPCs show us we can be better. And you can see how this could tie into pretty much any of these other spots. It's really just me thinking that in all the different mediums for post-apocalypse, we have characters that well, I don't think I can get more specific than what I already said. NPCs showing us that we can be better. And that can come in different forms. You know, that could be something as simple or cliche as like the old man that says we shouldn't commit violence on people because they stole from us. Is violence the most simple option? Probably, especially if we're talking about post-apocalypses in general. But that's a cliche example of an NPC showing us that we can be better.
Show us that we can be better by being absolute monsters. We can be better than that person.
Right? And that could be many different ways that I'm sure you guys have thought of. And then I just put moods. I put mood can be dark, gritty, funny, desperate, vile, horror, light. And I thought this was different moods that could be expressed in a post-apocalypse. Which I know mood and tone to some people might overlap, but they're definitely different. Like, the tone is going to be something that's consistent, but we could have moments within, you know, the tone for our game where it stays hard and harsh and it's focused on survival and hope and bright sparks and dark places and all that stuff while being funny or desperate or light or dark, that kind of stuff. And I just thought these were different tones, or not tones, different moods. See, I just did it right there. That's my fault for bringing them up together. I think these are different moods that we can express within a post-apocalypse. Are there any in there that? So I put dark, gritty, funny, desperate, vile, horror, or light. Are there any other ones that you guys?
I misheard that. I thought you said horror light, not horror or light.
Yeah. Because I realized I put dark at the beginning, and I was like, but you can also have light apocalypses, right? Or light moments in an apocalypse, post-apocalypse.
Dark, gritty, funny, horror, light, desperate. What was the other one? There was one more I didn't get.
I put vile.
Vile. There we go. That's a good word.
I think these are all moods that I've seen evoked in post-apocalypses. Are there there other moods that you guys, when you think of post-apocalypse, that's something you feel?
Not one that wouldn't already be covered by the others.
Yeah,
You'll
I mean, some
notice
of them
that
also fit under. Some of them are also things that can fit under tone or mood. It's like hope can be a tone. It can also be a mood.
that's true.
So
I think hope is a fundamental tone of a post-apocalypse, but the other ones are like optional, like they can be the apocalypse, post-apocalypse.
I was just
I'm
saying some scenes are going to be more hopeful than others,
definitely
etc.
that's part of it, right? That's like we talked about. The tones are all pretty interwoven with each other, and part of it is not everything's going to be hopeful, because if everything we did was full of hope, it wouldn't really be a post-apocalypse, would it? You might personally be full of hope, but bad shit's going to happen and you're going to have to deal with it.
Yep.
And the reason you're going to deal with it, because you have that hope.
I don't know if you would class this would. I don't know if this would be covered by any of the other ones, but as for moods, I was thinking one maybe be emotional. Like have some emotional moments where it shows like tearjerker moments, like a woman who died desperately trying to protect her child from a mutant horde, and only the child survives.
I would say that, well, one, you use the term desperately for your emotion, and it's already in there.
That's true.
I would
think
say
desperate
that
falls under other things.
mood and emotion
Yeah.
can be substituted in the way that I'm using mood. You
That's
could
true.
just say the emotion could be dark, gritty, funny.
That's fair.
So
Horrific.
but
Era.
I do get what you're getting at, though. And I do want those kind of things, but those are like the general moods that I see in post-apocalypse. And as long as you guys aren't opposed to any specifics, like I can think of, like, I know some people don't like horror stuff or vile stuff. I do intend to use all of those because I think they're part of the post-apocalypse for a reason. There's points where each one of them are maybe not needed, but they have a proper place in it that can do justice and enhance the setting. Really, no matter what the apocalypse is.
I personally don't have issues with.
I personally have trouble thinking of a post-apocalypse that wouldn't have something absolutely terrifying or nightmare-inducing.
I mean,
Far
Funny
Cry,
is the
New
one that
Dawn.
Funny is the one that I've definitely seen post-apocalypses that don't have much in the way of levity, but I can certainly see why Funny would be on the list. So I have no problem with Funny being there. I just was say that's the one of those that I've definitely seen ones that don't have Funny. I have no problem with Funny being there.
That's fair.
Comedy is a rare commodity in post-apocalypses, but one that is desperately needed, I think.
That's the same with light, right? Like, these are, it comes back if we look at like some of the like tones we talked about, hope earlier. We need that. We need to focus on the human spirit and ingenuity, and funny and light can like help that in different ways.
Welcome, Skylar.
Hello, I thought you meant 5 Pacific time.
That's fair.
So I just woke up and sorry to be late, but here I am.
I just sent you a link to the Roll20 game. Let me know if it's expired. It was one that we used probably about an hour ago.
Okay.
We have basically spent this last almost hour talking about general expectations, plots, and tones when it comes to apocalypses, and we're actually just about to wrap that up. So
Okay.
if you join that game and you hop inside, there will be a note that you can read that has all of this written down by Steven. He's being very helpful today in writing all this down as we're talking about it.
And very professional in his writing. Props to you, man.
Agreed.
I do stuff like this a lot. So,
The
so
last one I was gonna bring up, and this kind of got brought up earlier. I don't think this has a specific place in any of the three previous categories. Is a question that is more for me than it is for you guys, but it is a note I made that I'm going to share with all of you, and it just says, "What is the future like?" We're gonna end up talking about this game quite a bit today, but I do want to have in mind, maybe not at the beginning of the campaign, but I do want to have in mind like what the future could like with the things, like based on the conversations we end up having, because I want there to be some kind of long term that you guys can work towards. But I've done these sandbox games in the past, so I'm not gonna have something set in stone, that's going to be a certain way. I'm going to like just think about the things you guys could do with the directions you want to go, and
yeah,
kind of imagine the world in a way that I think prompts you guys to um, work towards that and rewards you for it, because that is important in these kind of games, is a long term that you guys can latch onto in a way that you're happy with. Especially a sandbox game. Even if you guys don't want to settle down in some place, if you don't want to focus on a specific area, if you just want to roam around the map, there still needs to be um some kind of future you can work towards.
yep.
So personally feel like future is kind of a thing that would be more specific to like the character in question. Many different people can have many different ideas on what the future could hold.
Yes, and maybe this is a pitfall of me making it sound so general, but like I need to have something in mind that you guys seem interested in, which, because this is a group storytelling exercise, eventually we'll have some kind of common consensus that you're all willing to work towards in some capacity,
That is
um,
true.
that I can give you guys prompts for.
Though fortunately, it is possible, especially in freeformy games, for there to be people pursuing similar goals that can all be brought about by the same ultimate thing.
And I'm actually going to promote you guys to work towards goals, because I'm not going to be rewarding you experience like I would in Pathfinder. You're not going to get them at benchmark. You're not going to get them for killing things. I'm going to give you rewards for things like discovering new places or completing personal objectives you've set for yourself. Stuff like that.
Right.
More of a survival focused milestone.
I'm going to give you incentives to play the game in a way that I'm interested in exploring in a post-apocalypse.
Yeah.
And also,
And
ideally, in a way that rewards us for pursuing the things that we made our characters interested in.
yes, that's the intent.
Like, if your character wants to rebuild some specific thing and you're working towards that and you accomplish something in that goal, then that would be something you could get XP for.
At the same time, I am going to be asking you guys for things that I haven't in the past when it comes to character creation. Um, Obviously, we're playing a new system no one's played before, so that's going to be different. But there's going to be things that I want to know and I want you guys to think about that I haven't asked in the past. So I'm not going to give you the same format I have before. Um, and I'm probably going to end up wanting to talk to each one of you for some period of time before session one, and maybe even do like a short like one off with some, if not all of you guys before session one.
That is fair.
Because assuming the idea I have ends up being what we go with, then the questions that I generally ask for like my Pathfinder games aren't going to have the same importance that they would. Like where you're from or um, NPCs in your backstory might not be as important as they would be in some of my other games. Which obviously, as you guys have seen in the different games you play, have varying degrees of importance. That's what I have for notes. When it comes to specifics, have you been checking them out, Skylar?
Oh, yes, I've looked through them.
Okay, cool.
A lot of stuff.
Yeah, there is a decent amount. And it did take us like an hour to get here.
Yeah.
But I think this is good. A little bit longer than I expected, but we're establishing things. It's important.
Yeah.
We don't all we're all getting on the same page is what's happening here. I think the best direction from here would be for us to talk about more of like specifics that we have. I don't know if we want to. I don't think I want to bring up the setting specific stuff because it seems like most of you have read it, and if you don't know it, it's kind of fine because I can just organically add it in the game, and I do plan on using most of the content from the lore in this game, if not all of it.
I personally have found the other Dust setting to be rather interesting. The fact that it's not one that I've seen in a lot of post-apocalypses.
I
Certainly
love it.
has enough space for us to do stuff with and add things to as well, which is good.
Yeah.
That's another thing we're going to be talking about today is like there's a couple concepts I have for systems that I would be interested in using that aren't specifically other dust. But we'll wait to get to that.
You mean
like mechanics I would like to use in the game that aren't specifically in other dust. As well as what I'd like to talk about first, which is like stuff we want in the game that falls under these three categories. It doesn't necessarily have to, because I know up to this point it's like general stuff that broadly covers the post-apocalypse. It might be specific things you want, or things should be in the game. But I would like to talk about that. Question is, would you guys rather have an open floor where you can like shotgun stuff at me? Or would you rather just have me like list some stuff I expect to be doing in the other dust setting that we're gonna end up playing, like I expect to do in Earth?
I'm down for shotgun stuff. To put out things that we're interested in, specifically.
That could lend to some interesting ideas.
Not sure how I'm supposed to take those notes though, but I can try.
I think
I'm just saying I'm not
maybe
sure how
what
that
we should do is add a second note. Have it be I don't even know what we would call it, like like stuff we want in other dust. Stuff we want in the game.
Notes 2, personal interests. Okay. We can rename it if we need to. I needed something to put it under.
Oh, I'm already making one because I have to edit it so everyone can see it.
Oh, you mean a different notes?
Yeah.
I don't mean
Notes
in this thing. Okay.
No.
Notes to the sequel.
Okay, stuff. Name.
Okay. Let's throw some concepts out and we'll talk about them at varying degrees, like one at a time. Shoot, anyone.
Mutant animal riders.
Okay, I like it. Throw it down. I would love to use something like that. I expect mutant I expect if you've read the book, there's beastmen, which are humans that have been mutated. I expect that to be more animal-like. I expect evolved versions of animals that already exist. I expect new animals we haven't seen before, and yes, I love the concept of some people riding them. I think that's great.
Yes.
Mutant Beast Riders belongs on the list.
Nice. Hmm.
Anything you want in the game. And if it's silent for too long, I'll just start throwing out stuff related to the idea I already have for the game.
Well, group building. I know we talked about that before, but I like the idea of working together with people to basically build up a mini civilization type deal.
I like the idea of you guys working with a community, and actually, this might be a good time to bring up the concept I have. I don't know that I'll go into the whole thing, but there is a little bit for me to give you guys, which is effectively that for some reason or another, like you guys are being kicked off of Luna, the moon of Earth, and you're being sent down to Earth. You're being kicked off of this
Ooh.
station. So you would be coming down to Earth as a group of some size. It would probably just be more. I'm thinking it would be more than you guys. It would be a group of exiles.
So rather than just the whole of humanity having to survive on Earth, is more or less we're more of outcasts who's been driven out of the advanced society.
It's not really advanced. Like I'm gonna keep it the tech comparable. The basic concept is Luna in Stars Without Number um isn't as advanced as Earth. It's still
But
advanced. There just aren't as many people, and a lot of the communities had to exist by themselves with help from Earth. So the idea would
well,
be the idea I have is multiple of these stations having to like work together over time as they start running out of different resources. We'd have like a multi-ethnical, multi-interest, cobbled together base basically that is running out of resources, and they're getting rid of people that they don't want on the station anymore. And you guys would be members of those people that are sent to Earth. Um,
okay,
I mean,
very
my
go
my
ahead.
personal preference would have been to have actually been from Earth, but
the
doesn't seem like being on Luna, being the Luna thing would have involved like having the same. Doesn't seem like it would involve the same sort of backstory stuff or the same exposure to all the mutating things or all of that, because that was specifically on Earth.
that's one of the adjustments that I was going to bring up. That is one of the bigger things is the mutations, but the general vibe of having to survive would still be there. Um, but I thought it would be a good way to make it so that um since you guys haven't played this game before, we can have characters who aren't used to all of the things that exist in this setting, so it's a lot more natural for you guys to get the exposure to it. So you don't get in it like we don't end up with a bunch of situations where I know there's people in this group that do this sometimes where there's a confusion with them as a player that they don't know how to deal with that for their character, which leads to the game slowing down. So I'm trying to build something in to prevent that from happening regularly. So when everyone's like, what the fuck is this? It's natural, as opposed to people feeling awkward when they don't have an answer for something.
You could for Steven's idea, if you wanted to make it us all from the space station, you could say like we were like the outcasts get exposed to parts of Earth's environment as a way to adjust our bodies, and that's where our mutations come from.
The idea I was going to have for anyone who wanted to do mutations, because I kind of expected a lot of people would, one of the unique things about this game is that they probably, I mean, this could change depending on conversations, but they probably didn't exist before you got to Earth. And if they did, it would be for some different reason. That could be interesting. That could be an concept. But it might be something when you get to Earth that happens um, probably pretty quickly, is what you have in mind. You'd actually have to deal with those mutations as kind of a newer aspect of yourself, even though you as a player know that you're going to have them as a character. But I thought about the fact that some people might want to be from Earth. So like if this lunar idea is just not selling anyone, I can scrap it and start from somewhere else. But if people are interested, we could maintain it. I still could introduce some people that are planet side, but that does kind of defeat the purpose of my original intent of the concept.
I was originally
I-
going to say maybe we could mix and match, mix them together. Like if they want to be from the space station, they could, or they could choose to be planet born.
I don't know. I like the Luna idea. I think us being new to the world, it gives us a chance to be outsiders, introduced to everything for the first time, both as players and as characters, and that gives us a lot of I don't know, it works very well.
I mean, I know that I'm not sure how well that works with any of the with the sort of concepts I'd previously discussed with you, Jacob. So I'm just not sure how well that would like the type of stuff I was looking at. Not sure how well it would work with not being from.
I do think we can still incorporate the concept. It would probably be different. Um but I think it's still doable. It just depends on how you're going to go about doing that, because there are definitely like some aspects of what we talked about that I don't really think are other dust. Um it really just depends. I'd have to talk with you more before. I think we could do it. I don't think there would be a problem with us doing it. It just
I
I
don't
mean, it
think
depends
it.
on
I
how
don't think the
willing you
person would be
are.
from Luna. I don't think they'd be from the moon. I'm not sure how that fit. That's what I meant.
Okay, well, I think
uh,
part of that might be like the expectation you have for the apocalypse. We have to keep in mind that this is apocalypse that's happening to a civilization that exists all across the universe. Um so there are a bunch of sci-fi elements to it. Even the people on Earth have a bunch of sci-fi stuff happening to them, right?
yes, that I get that. That's I
I
get
think it
the
could
sci.
work. It just and this was going to be the case anyways. It really just depends on how set in stone you are with having it be like what you already have. Like it's going to have to be adapted to the setting anyways. Um I don't see a reason it can't be um from Luna. The intent behind it is to make it so that has been pointed out, that the players and characters are outsiders. You don't have pre-existing relationships with any specific groups outside of the people that you're landing with. You already have someone that you're naturally inclined to be around, but you're new to the area, so you don't have a bunch of information about it. Which I think's cool, but I can adjust it if this is a major hiccup that you can't work with. Um, I can change that. We could have, for example, if you're the only one that this is chapping, we could just definitely have you meet up with the group when they come down from Luna, right?
Yeah, I mean that's what I was going to propose was that potentially you could have a situation where people like there's some people who came down, there's some people who saw a ship come down and were like, holy shit, you know.
That would actually make for an interesting narrative if Steven played someone who's native to the local region, maybe not to the entire sandbox as a whole, but at least specifically the local
Somewhere.
region.
I mean,
And he,
look, I just was sharing my thoughts.
yeah,
Yeah.
having that one person who can act like a guide for the newcomers of
A little bit.
sorts.
That
But
still defeats the purpose of the concept if he is to act as like a guide to the setting, because then I'm having to key Steven in on a bunch of things that he's going to have to key you guys on, as opposed to me just giving it all to you guys at the same time. Um, the the idea is I wanted an insular group, but I think we can still do that if Steven wants to specifically have someone from Earth. We can still provide someone who um I just wanted to make you guys ignorant of the area because I wanted discovery to be like a pillar, and there's a lot less um
That is very fair.
that you
I
get
could
out of
certainly.
discovery if you're playing a character who already knows stuff about the region.
Well, I certainly had some thoughts for how someone from Earth could not be from this specific region.
Okay.
Yeah,
If
so
you think
like
the concept works, I'm totally cool with it. I expected, um, some amount of people to potentially want to do this, so I'm cool with it. I think we can definitely make it work.
I actually had a way. I actually had a thought. I like had a plan, sort of a backstory thing that I was going to run past you that I
Okay,
thought might work, and I think it would still work with you wanting there to be less knowledge of this particular area. So I'll share it later, I guess.
that's fine. I like it. Um, I haven't heard anything from John in a minute.
Hello.
What do you think, bud? What do you think about the concept?
I love it. Actually, I was thinking of a character as we were doing it, and that would be perfect, to be honest.
Nice. Glad to hear.
yeah, I'm perfectly
I
fine
do
with the
think it's a
concept as
cool
well.
concept. I think it's a cool
And
concept.
if you've read the
Generally.
book, you'll notice that I'm actually using the map from the book. If you've read far enough. I know some people might have a problem with that, but I think it's a good map, and I actually I kind of have a concept around it where, um, like at some point, I haven't decided where, but at some point you're going to get a like general map of the region because that's really what it's supposed to be. But I like the idea of not all of the information being up to date and you guys understanding that to some capacity. So like you might go to the monastery of Saint Lee and they're going to be like no fucking idea where that name came from. As an example, or you might go to a place that you see marked as like a desert, for example, and it's like a mountainous region instead, something like that. I don't want it to be like every time you go into a region, it's not the same thing, but I like the idea of taking a map that we can all look at that's pretty, but is like out of date in some capacity. Is that something you guys are interested in or okay with? Or I don't know, I'm just looking for comments on that.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, that'd
I
be
don't have
cool.
issues with unreliable maps.
And honestly, the reason I came to this map is because I hadn't even read the entire book at that point because it's at like the very end, where there's just a bunch of different sheets for you to use. I was looking for maps of the East Coast of America because I thought that would be a cool place to do the setting. Just because a lot of times in post-apocalypses, people enjoy seeing like things that they're familiar with in the real world, and I thought that would be something cool to do.
Yeah.
At least to some extent, because obviously this is set like 800 years from now. Uh, and I just thought it would be cool. So I was looking for maps online, and like I accidentally, before I saw it in Other Dust, I found the map from Other Dust and was like, this is a hex based map with terrain on it. this is exactly what I'm looking for. Because originally I was gonna do just like a Google Map, but I wanted to customize it a little bit and couldn't really find any images or programs that I like, so I just found a hex-based map, and it ended up being the like iconic Other Dust map.
Kind of funny.
Um, yeah, that's kind of the basic concept. I can get into more details later on, and kind of just like most sandbox games, a lot of the stuff that we're talking about here is flexible to varying degrees, but I am trying to make a game that like you guys are all going to enjoy. So that's the goal here, and that's why a lot of this is that's why there's questions for all of this. None of this is set in stone until we've talked about it.
Right. So what are some other what are other things you want to see in the game list? Right now we have things like mutant beast riders, Luna refugees, unreliable maps, fixability.
Hmm.
And I'll say I like the retro tech stuff, so I'd like that to actually be in the game, not just in the expectations.
Well, I think the expectations are all loaded, right? They're things we expect. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
we should expect to see retro tech. To what
Okay.
degree it's a focus on depends on how much interest you guys express, but that will be in there. I mean stuff like roving bands and mutants. I think that's stuff we should expect to see. I know that's a little
Yeah.
close to mute like roving bands of I don't know, people, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Roaming nomadic bands. Something.
Different
I,
types
I,
of environments. I think that's something you guys should expect. Because there is such a large variety in this apocalypse. Most of the terrains you can think of exist, and that's the kind of the point of the scope of the map. Um, like things you might take for granted in games that like are much um easier to do and I think better to do in a sandbox game is like your actions having major effects. Yes, they do in like all the Pathfinder games I play with you guys, but they are very scripted, and I'm tweaking them to be a little bit better for all of your characters as opposed to making them around things that you guys are interested in. You know, I might bring up, uh, a local oligarchy, and it might just be the setting for an enclave that we're in. But if you guys express interest in it, I can dedicate a certain amount of time or attention to them to make them more important. Um, I'm not gonna say that I'm gonna like artificially like adjust how much of an effect people have on the region around them, but I will make I'm going to focus on things that you guys express interest in, so that we have more of that. That's a really important thing.
yeah. That makes sense.
I don't know. Do you guys want to see things like there are things that I normally wouldn't let happen in, or I'm not typically interested in other games that I might be in this one. If you guys are like companions, um, or like long-term projects. If you guys want to have a dog in the party, or multiple dogs, or a chupacabra. That could be something that
Yeah.
like
Opinions
we
are cool.
we work towards. Um,
I like the idea of companions and long-term projects.
I brought them both up because it's not. I don't think it'll be the kind of thing. It doesn't feel as good to just buy a dog at the shop as it does to like convince a wild mutt to slowly warm up to you over multiple actions or maybe even sessions. Something like that. Um, an example from Stars Without Number, the system setting set in the same uh, set in the same universe. I had someone in my last Stars Without Number game who had a long-term goal. Like their long-term goal was broken down. The real version of it was they wanted to build or own a mech. But as the campaign progressed, they realized it's going to take me so many sessions. I might get a bunch of experience from this at the end of it, but I'm not going to get any experience until I build the mech. So they broke it down into pieces. So they had little steps towards building a mech that they would get experience for. You guys want stuff like that? Like, is there some kind of long-term goal you envision for your character like that? I know we talked about
Those are fun.
Yeah.
we talked about group building. That seems like something multiple people are interested in. So that could be that's an example of a long-term goal, building some kind of group.
Maybe take a page out of Kingmaker and build our own little fiefdom.
Yes, but it's not going to be like that.
I know.
If you guys want to work towards something like that, if you've read the book, it does make the assumption that eventually you're going to tie yourself to some kind of enclave.
Yeah.
Just because that's the most viable way to exist in a world like this.
Survive long term.
Yeah. So I expected that just from the setting itself. But I'm glad to see that other people are interested in that.
Yeah, we gotta rebuild.
Revive humanity, rebuild society.
Or kill everyone else and take their stuff.
Okay, Raider.
That is, I mean, there are people called Wanderers. They're one of the NPC types they have for me as the GM. And they have a D6 scale if you haven't already decided what these Wanderers are going to be like. And it ranges from benevolent to indifferent, all the way down to just bandits. And they're just NPCs with class levels.
I mean, even if you're going with like building a town out or something, there's still I don't know, to put it in Mass Effect terms, the Paragon or Renegade paths. And the Renegade path is very post-apoc. You're at war with the world. The world is out to kill you. Kill it first.
That's something I do want to talk about is and this was something I feel like really lends itself in a post-apocalyptic game is I'm gonna have a lot more, like, I always add nuance to my characters in Pathfinder, even though a lot of them aren't meant to have them. But I'm gonna do that to a further extent in this game, because no one is really a good guy or a bad guy. Like, there are really fucked up people and really nice people, but we're a lot more nuanced than that. So, I don't want to regularly just give you like, here's the good option and here's the bad option. Uh, if any of you have looked at the GM notes for building like enclaves or ruins, there's a specific category called complications. So, for example, you could have an enclave that has nobility in it, and a complication could be the fact that um, the nobles are like naturally just more intelligent than the rest of the enclave. So you might have a bunch of problems related to these nobles that are running this place, but they're legitimately the best leaders that are there. Uh, just as an example. That one is maybe not that great because that could be seen as very black and white. But I'm gonna generally try to avoid that. I'm sure you guys will be able to piece together options you think are better or worse than others. But I don't want every choice to just be side with the good guys, side with the bad guys.
and I'm not a huge fan of the whole Paragon Renegade thing. People are people. In reality, most people don't just go, okay, I'm gonna follow this path, and I'm gonna always do I'm gonna always hit the red button or always hit the blue button or whatever. Like Mass Effect,
Yeah.
people are people. There's situations where situations where one character might be like, okay, we're gonna kill him, and there's situations where that same character might be like, no, we're gonna go save the orphans or whatever. I think it just depends on the character and the situations, and we shouldn't try to be like, we're gonna follow a path.
I know that this conversation is maybe a little bit retreading ground because I've kind of talked to you guys about this in different capacities before, but I think it's important to note, especially for this genre, most everyone is going to do what they need to survive, right? And expectations for human decency are lowered in a post-apocalypse. It brings it up multiple times in different categories, but the one that's coming to mind is about it's talking about like carrying capacity and goods that the party like the players have. And it says like while most, NPCs can respect when like an individual has multiple, relics, artifacts, possessions, you know, stuff that they're using, they get that. If people are just collecting excess, um, people are going to take from you because it's a waste and they need it. That's another thing maybe we should talk about. Um, like they have rules to avoid this, but I really do think using a barter system is going to be best for a post-apocalypse. I do have ideas related to that, but generally speaking, I think bartering for all your items it's intended in this system. They have rules to avoid it, but I think we should do that. They're like I'd like to hear y'all's feeling about it.
I mean, I'm perfectly okay with it. I also think that when like it would it would also make sense in like the very rare occasion where like find a super sized, like very well offset enclave for them to maybe have some sort of standardized currency, but for the most part, a barter system makes the most sense.
Uh,
Yeah, I think that
mean,
makes work harder for you, but if you want to do it, sounds cool to me.
I like the Fallout is an example where you can literally go and take just as an example, in Fallout you can literally go and take like 50 toasters and trade it for something. Right? Like, but there is still something that people generally accept is also a form of like currency that you can trade as well. I mean,
yeah, no, I totally get that.
so like to me, some sort of hybrid. I mean, I did note that in the thing it did list that like for purposes like that you can often use food,
Yeah,
in
no,
food
all
as
of the
that, and it's like
trading, like food is the most common commodity. So, like
Yeah.
the example they use for substitute is food. Like everything has a food parallel when it comes to value. So,
right, like food is this game's bottle caps, just as an example. That's
a shitty
Fallout.
example because bottle caps are a terrible form of currency, but I'm not going to
It
get
really
into
is.
that.
I was just saying, I was using Fallout as an example. It wasn't
I know.
actually because Fallout
Um,
is a good example, just in the sense that like you can trade literally, you can sell literally anything to anybody.
Vi-
You can trade.
Vital
Very
resources make a very acceptable form of currency. 'Cause you could like trade bushels of like carrots or some other foods for ammunition, and
the group like if a settlement generally agrees that like that this weapon is worth 10 meals of food or whatever. It also could be the thing is a different person might be like, no, man, I need food more than I need that weapon. I'm not going to give you 10 food for that weapon or whatever. So it just depends on the people, too. I think this is a setting where we can expect to actually have to barter and
Jo-
haggle.
John, I'm always looking for input from you.
I'm with him. I'm going to try to scam people.
I wasn't saying it in terms of scamming. I was just saying this seems like a setting where haggling is going to be a thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess we could scam people.
Haggling, scamming, it's the same thing with the apocalypse.
Oh yeah, we're gonna play a bunch of con artists.
And we'll have to figure out to like what degree once we start playing that we go in with this bartering, right? Because that's like a very group dependent thing. It could just end up being the kind of thing where it's like, because with this game, even more so than I normally would, you're never just going to be like, okay, I go into the monastery of Saint Lee and I'm gonna go buy a revolver. I'll get rid of the food. That's not gonna happen. You're gonna go to the place that you've been to go buy your new gun, and then you're gonna talk with that person. We're gonna have all those interactions. It's always gonna happen. It's never gonna be rushed through.
You might
Because
actually be able to find a gun. You might not.
that
And the guy might not
that's
want to sell to you because he might not like you.
you look at the session zero notes, using that layout right there of general expectations, and plots and tones, we could have part of a session or maybe even a whole fucking session dedicated to finding a fucking revolver. Does it, like on paper, does it sound incredibly interesting? No, finding a revolver in a lot of games is just roll perception. Okay, you found a revolver. But there's a lot of fun stuff you can do with that in and of itself. It can be an adventure to get the revolver.
Like you heard a rumor that there's a revolver hidden deep within this cavernous old train network.
Oh, I'm not sure a revolver would necessarily attract such rumors. Sure. Or this is the
Example.
legendary masterwork revolver. Ooh.
Maybe it's a really cool revolver.
Well, in this game, masterwork basically is the best, so that's why I was saying that.
Yeah.
'Cause I look,
There are
so
qualities
it's like you heard
to
the rumor
items,
of
which
this
is cool.
masterwork revolver that was used by like the Bandit King like 20 years ago, and then it was lost when his citadel got sacked in the mines. Or
Kinda
whatever.
reminds me of RimWorld, which actually has a lot of parallels with Other Dust in an unironic way.
Yeah, but I think this is gonna be fun.
Skylar, what kind of stuff are you looking for in this game?
I mean, I'm mostly interested in the whole byplay of, I don't know, the rise of civilization versus the rise of savagery, because I don't know, it seems to me in post-apoc the two very competing forces, and I've always found that very interesting, so I'd like to see that.
I like that.
Definitely.
And that's definitely something that I mean, a lot of post-apocalypses deal with that, but the setting has a lot of things that aid that, right? Like enclaves are one of the things we focus on when it comes to where the GM should be devoting attention, places for you to go and meet groups of people. But at the same time, there's also a bunch of stuff that deals with like roving bandits or packs of animals or traders, that kind of stuff. So I think that, like many of these other things, is going to come naturally, to the degree that the lens focuses on it, because of me versus because of the setting, will entirely depend on how you guys express interest. And I know I'm using this term over and over. I don't want it to lose its value, but it really will matter if we get into this game and I see that like some of the stuff we're talking about you guys aren't enjoying and you want to focus on other stuff instead, then it will shift in that direction. If you're looking at the stuff we want in games, you can see number 4 says flexibility. It's the same with all the stuff we want in here, right? I imagine that as we play, we're going to add some new things on here, and we might take some away, or we might shift focus from some of this stuff to some other stuff, just depending on how the story goes.
Sure.
What about you, John? What's kind of stuff do you want in this game?
Nothing that hasn't already been mentioned.
It's fair. And I hope no one expected this, but I don't expect there to be like a full list of everything we're gonna have in this game. It's just kind of things we're talking about that we want to see in here.
More or less spitballing ideas.
Yeah.
I also just something I like. I like the idea of like making things that don't. This falls into retro tech, I guess, but I do kind of like the idea of it's like you combine things together and just make something weird, like you make the shotgun lance or whatever, like you like ram someone with this thing and then it like shoots them, things like that, because it's like cool bizarro stuff.
Shooting for, and I agree with your statement. I think that's something I expect when I hear retro tech.
I like that stuff a lot. The sort of like weird cobbled together, like this isn't what this is supposed to do, but hey, I just made it into this.
Right? I
I
mean,
love that stuff.
maybe like the lowest tier example of retro tech would be a plane for a house. It's not really how it's supposed to work, but it
Definitely do it.
does.
Yeah, you can make a castle out of shipping containers.
Right? Something I would like to have y'all do if you haven't already is in the settings for Roll20. Please make sure that you're not broadcasting or receiving audio or visual. So that does bring up something interesting that I would like to do. I think it would really help the game. It's not necessarily, though I would love to do it. If you guys are interested in using cameras, I think that would actually help a lot for this game.
Don't have a camera.
Same, sadly.
Do not own a webcam.
John?
I do not have one.
What about you, Skylar?
I don't on the PC. I mean, in theory, I could go through the iPad or something, but otherwise, yeah. Also, a no go for me.
So-
I'm willing.
I could obtain a webcam. I just don't have one.
Hear me out, guys. I would be willing to, because like I use a cheap camera for my stream. If you guys have seen my stream, it's good enough for you guys to understand what I'm saying or doing or looking like. I would be willing to, because I'm pretty sure this is very cheap. I think it's definitely less than the down payment. I'd be willing to say, here's the camera I have because I know it's a decent quality, and you guys don't have to pay that amount for the down payment. Would you guys be okay with that? Would you be willing to get cameras if I did that?
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, my situation is not quite like that. I can't afford a camera as much as I've never thought about buying one before.
Just don't own one.
Yeah, I know. I didn't own one until I started streaming. I'd done camera games before because I started playing on my iPad when I first did these online games, but I get that. I didn't think everyone was going to say they didn't have one, but I expected a decent amount of people. Expected multiple. What about you, John? Would you be okay with that?
With the camera, nah, I don't want to show my face. Sorry.
Okay. Well, that does make things simpler then. As it is with all my other games, I have down payments for any particularly risky individuals in my games. All of you would be examples of this since you're in other games of mine. You do represent a larger risk than the average player. So if after the first session you guys are interested in this game, I will have the regular payments required after that, but I will also need like a down payment equal to a month just as like a retainer in case um effectively a game collapses or gets damaged because you have to back out. Normally when a player has to back out of one game, they have to back out of multiple, so this is my way of mitigating losses and making sure that we can continue to play games if someone pulls out. Doesn't ruin it for the rest of us. I know most of you are familiar with that, but I wanted to reiterate that since we were discussing financial stuff. So there is like something I did want to talk about with this game, which is the idea that like there's the potential that my schedule doesn't allow me to um make it regularly. So if that does happen, if it becomes like a I can't guarantee every week, would probably what I would do is just say like we would pay on a week by week basis because I'm not going to have you guys pay in advance for a game that I can't guarantee weekly. I think anyone's going to have any complaints about that, but on the off chance that happens, I did want to throw it out there. Are there any comments, questions, or concerns about that?
When is the game actually going to be?
I think it needs to be on Thursdays.
Well, I don't have a problem with it being on Thursday. I just note that like we have a sort of established that David's not likely to be able to be here at this time here and stuff. So I'm just trying to figure out when we're actually planning to have the game.
I want to talk about that with the game is that like this is the kind of game that I can see people going in and out of. So I'm okay with us playing at a time that's okay with the four of us. And then if David can make it, great. If not, we're okay. So we can talk about times that are comfortable for the five of us, and then if something in there fits for David, we can do that. Though I think if we wanted to do something that fits for David, I think we'd have to start around the time that we start for our Monday games, which 4 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time.
Which I'd be okay with personally. Don't know
I mean,
about
I don't have an
everyone else.
issue with that.
I would prefer
Thursdays
2
are an easy
p.m.
day for me.
So if you guys can do 2 p.m., that's my ideal. But if we have to do
PM Pacific.
yeah. So
I
like we
mean-
started today.
So
I mean,
5 p.m. Eastern.
be 4 p.m. my time. I mean, theoretic, I could most of the time. It depends on my job because sometimes my job has me not getting off till like 3:30 my time, which will only leave me like 30 minutes to take a shower and get home for the session.
Okay.
But it's not an everyday thing. So if that happens, then you would have to expect me to be at least 15 to 30 minutes late.
Well, before I comment on that, I would like to hear about Skylar and John's opinion of the 2 p.m. Timing.
Yeah, 2 Pacific works for me.
Yeah, to Pacific. Give me a second.
It'd be 5 o'clock your time, John.
Oh, thank you.
That's when we started today.
Yeah, I can make that actually.
It's no
Okay.
problem for me.
Then maybe what if we did this? What if we said 2 is regular start, but if Will isn't going to be like super late, we can like shoot to do a little bit later so he has time to do that stuff. So it's like a 2 occasionally 3 type thing start. Would that be okay with you guys?
It's fine by me.
Yeah, works for me.
I'm
John?
hoping my job calms down here after a while to where I can get off at 2:30, but not always a guarantee.
That'd be nice. John?
Yeah.
Does that work for you?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then we can like throw that at David, and it sounds like his schedule's really chaotic right now, so I don't want to like plan around him right now. But if he can like get to a point where he can guarantee a time, I assume it would end up being like 4 p.m. If we had to adjust, would that be something you guys are okay with if he can make it regularly?
So for John, that would be for Eastern time. That'd be 7 to about 11.
Yeah, it'd be late.
Okay.
I didn't hear you, John.
Okay.
Okay. Skylar, well,
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, it'd be 6 to 10 for me, so yeah, that could work.
okay. Okay, then right now we are establishing a 2 p.m. start time that can sometimes start as late as 3. But might switch to 4 p.m. start time if David's schedule stabilizes and we get him involved in the game regularly. I like it. Thank you very much, guys. I tried to pick people I thought were flexible, and I'm glad to see that that's working out. Because I don't know. I think there's a different crowd generally that gets attracted to pre-mades as opposed to homebrew stuff, and this is like very obviously homebrew stuff.
This
Yeah,
may
well,
just be stemming
fun.
from my love. Sorry, go ahead, Steven.
Just said this should be fun.
Yeah. Yeah, as a guy who's been lately leaning towards homebrew because I'm a big fan of Critical Role, I think it'll be very interesting.
I like the fact that this system allows a lot of cool things. I'm going to have fun.
If you guys are ready for it, we could actually make those characters now. I think we're at
Do
that
it.
point.
Hell yes.
Create
highlight of the
Wasteland
night.
Night.
And honestly, that should be faster than it will be faster than the conversation we just had. I think like as I was learning the system, I made a character and it took me like 15 minutes.
I would like to say that my character, I would like to build like a scientist,
Nice.
very science focused technology.
I want to build a sage.
I can't remember if it's in your journals. Can you look at every aspect of it for the character sheets?
There's no character sheet right now.
I know.
If it's in our journal, I think so. If you assign it to us.
Because I know there's the in journal and then edit. I just can't remember if it's in journal if you can look at everything or just parts of it.
I think you need to give us edit sheets.
No, I know I need to give you edit if you want to be able to edit it. Here's an example. I just gave everyone access to the sheet that only Steven can edit. And you guys see everything on the sheet.
No, I can see a name, but the sheet itself is completely blank.
Yeah, it's just
I'm
the
only
bio
seeing
tab.
the bio and info tab.
Okay, cool. So, I guess what I'll probably do is just I'll probably have all the sheets visible to everyone, but you can only edit your own. Just so you guys can look at like the images and names of the other people. And then we can use the bio and info as like public obvious stuff. Or just
Sounds
stuff that's
good.
known about them. Comments, questions, concerns?
No concerns out of me.
Okay, I now have a sheet for John.
Thank you.
And a sheet for Shadow Rising. Is that you, Will?
That is me, yes.
You guys can change those nicknames. I would ask that you do. You can do it in this game specifically.
Oh, here's okay. Yeah. Display
Don't know
name.
how.
It's under settings. At the very
Under
top under
settings.
settings.
Oh,
You can change your display name.
I think Skylar's the
go.
only one I haven't made one for yet. And I don't know if we'll standardize display names as probably just as players. I think that makes the most sense.
I mean, I think our tokens will probably have names on them too when they show up. So
That's one thing I wanted to talk about. Because this is a sandbox, I think it lends itself to using less maps. I don't think I want to just straight up say no maps. I just don't. It's not going to be maps like it normally is in the pre-made games because those are all already made up for me, and for the most part, I just need to touch them up or make adjustments for the party. I think this one might be better for like general layouts if I'm going to be using maps for the most part. Kind of like what you would do at home if you had some graph paper.
yeah,
Could be more theater of the
sure.
mind type stuff.
Then I guess in that case we probably should put our character names by our names. Figure that out so that it's clear who's who. Not gonna have tokens all the time.
What I might end up doing is what we could do is I could make a screen on here that has like general information for the character, so like an image, a name, main stats, maybe class, that kind of stuff. So it's not
Could be
super
helpful.
revealing. It just shows the pertinent information that we're going to use regularly. And that could just be like a screen we use as like a default unless we have something we want to look at, like for example this plane. That's actually a decent example. I pulled this up as just like a general piece of scenery, but this might be like a map we look at when we're doing like they're called ruins in Other Dust. This plane could be a ruin. So maybe like a visual representation, something like this.
Just an idea of what it is we're dealing with.
Yeah.
I'm cool with that.
Yeah, I don't mind, and that sort of mocked up screen sounds like a neat idea to have.
So I think it'll just end up being a combination of all of those, just based on what's what I think's best and what's available.
Sure.
Sorry, you dropped one.
What was that, John?
Oh, I thought you just heard me dropping something.
No.
Just heard you say sorry about dropping it.
How dare you drop whatever it was? It better not have been a cat.
That cat.
Oh, poor kitty.
I can't have cats this fucking college.
That's fair. Most colleges don't let you have animals.
I wish I had a cat though. I know my mother smuggled in a cat once for her college.
Smuggled in a cat. That's an adventure right there, cat smuggling.
So
Let me
shall
write
we,
that down real quick.
a cat smuggler.
Probably a
some
mutated
characters.
cat. But yeah, I'm gonna pull. Now that we all have sheets, I would appreciate it though. I know you probably don't have your character names yet, but like we do in fantasy rounds, if you could just throw your first name in parentheses on the character name, that would be great. That'll make it a little bit easier on the eyes. And if you do have an idea for a character name, feel free to throw it in there as well. Just the regular format we normally use. I'll probably add a folder.
Just putting that as a placeholder. There's going to be an actual name.
Nice. I'm gonna organize you guys alphabetically. And if you don't have any specific name in mind, there is a random generator based on like where you're from that they have in Other Dust. For example, they have lunar names, which are a bunch of like Eurasian names. There's a bunch of Russian stuff. For example, I remember seeing a lot of that.
Makes sense. Russia has quite the space program.
It's the only one that screams to me that they put a bunch of effort into it. Like pretty much everything else is just like East Asia, North America, France, stuff like that. They're just, which I think was one of the original reasons they came up with the idea for like the lunar colony or lunar base. I don't know.
We need to make dice rolls.
Yes. Do you guys all have the Other Dust book in front of you right now?
I had the PDF pulled up. Yes.
Yep, I've been reading it. I've been reading it all the time you've been chatting. So.
Yeah, it's up here too.
Cool. Then we will start with our dice rolls. I would like us to do this one at a time so we can all see kind of what we're rolling. I'm gonna go over it real quickly, even though you've probably all read it, just so everyone here is clear. We're gonna be starting at the top of the list and working our way down, rolling 3d6 for each attribute. Modifiers are really simple. They range from -2 at a 3 all the way to +2 at an 18. You're probably going to end up with a lot of average rolls. That's kind of just the intent of this system. And once you're done rolling all your stats, you can replace one of those numbers with a 14, which is just enough to give you a +1 modifier. And
So,
I probably won't, unless you roll just like a fucking terrible character, like, and I mean just god awful. I probably won't have you guys like mulligan new stats, because I do want you to kind of embrace what you do roll. I know Will said he wanted to play a scientist, and that's totally doable because you have that 14, but this is probably going to lead to you kind of adjusting whatever idea you have in your head based on how your attributes end up. Though there are going to be multiple ways in the future you can make modifiers better specifically. So not as crazy as Stars Without Numbers when it comes to where your rolls end up based on your dice rolls. Let us start with we'll start with Will because alphabetically you're at the top of the list.
Nice.
You want to roll 3d6? We'll just do your stats from top to bottom. Let's see what's the first one on this. We'll do left column, right left column, do the whole left column, then do the whole right column. So let's see what your strength's going to be.
Alrighty. Let's see.
Roll
R
slash roll 3d6 is going to give you what you need. I think you can actually make a macro. Or on the left-hand side, there is a dice button you can use that has small amounts of all the different types of dice.
apologize for the siren noises if anyone's hearing that. They do live near a police station.
Oh, no
And a fire
science.
department.
Hey,
So
a
it's like my
7.
first
That
roll's a
is
7.
barely
7
a
strength.
-1.
Don't worry, don't worry, Steven. I play. Don't worry, Steven. I'm in college. I hear worse noises.
Yeah, so it looks like Will has a subpar strength,
Have
Okay.
a decent dex.
Average
13.
dex.
an
Average
average.
dex, sorry.
Yeah.
8 to 13 is average.
That'll be something for us to get used to.
Yeah, we're so used to Pathfinder where it's like,
Yeah.
oh, 13 is good.
10's average. 10 and 11. Let's see. Next roll.
Constitution.
10.
Okay. 100, like, in lore, 100% average health. Good.
Fair. Yeah. That gives me a max strain of 10.
Strain's important
Yes.
Yeah, I
Very
know.
important.
for,
All right.
for drugs and
Now-
mutations and other effects.
Intelligence.
You're going to be a big brain boy, naturally. You're an average
Yep.
brain boy.
I might
Fortunately,
switch
you
that up
can make
for
that a
14.
Well, you got to get through all your stats first. Let's wait.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sure you will, since you want to be some kind of scientist, but we'll see.
12. My stats are just freaking.
Well, if you
Sound
look at the
pretty
stat,
bleh.
the way the modifiers work, it's intended so that you end up with probably like 1 -1 and 1 +1
Let's see.
So
on
far,
average.
it's very average for Will, except with one bad roll.
And then 8.
2 bad roll. No, there's just
Yep. Just bad strength. That's the only thing. Where are you going to put that 14?
Gotta put it in where gotta put it in my intelligence.
That makes sense.
She's gonna be a smart lass. Ugh.
Okay. Okay. I like your stat spread so far. Obviously, this is probably going to be adjusted as we do more steps. But before that, we will move on to our next character, which would be Skylar's.
Okay.
Let's do yours. Let's see what your strength is. Okay. Starting off.
much average.
Okay. Decent con. Or dex, sorry. Let's see about that con. I like the consistency so far.
Yeah, I'm very regular.
Very ordinary.
Hey, let's find out about your other
Illusion.
stat.
That's
You
6.
still
saved
managed to be
that.
ordinary.
That's 6 saved that roll.
Look at all those extremes.
Oof.
That's
Oh,
rough.
that is wisdom.
That is wisdom.
-2.
Not a wise character. I'm interested to see. Okay.
7.
Oof.
Okay, 2
Still a lot of
-1s.
negative.
Or
So that's
-2 and a
-2 and a
-1.
-1, so that's -3.
What are we doing with that 14? Are you gonna embrace the negative stats, or are you gonna flip one?
I mean,
That's an interesting decision, right?
it is. It's like I don't know what direction I'm going with the character, so I don't know how much any of these necessarily matter. But and certainly flipping one of the negatives takes it from being one of my weak stats on what otherwise looks like, I don't know, a very average sort of combat based maybe character to
If we
to
just
either
look at the
simply
wrong
just
numbers, you look a
physically-
lot more physically inclined naturally than you do mentally inclined. Is there any systems that you've looked at that you're interested in that might provide some direction? Or any aspects of the lore that you like? Like, for example, if you're into the mutations, you might want to have a high constitution because that'll allow you to have more.
Yeah, I'm not
Use-
really
and use
into
the
the
ones you
mutation
have more.
system. It's interesting, but I'm not fixated on it.
That's fair. If you want to be good at combat, dex or strength would also be a good choice. I mean, obviously, constitution is as well. I see merit in all of them. And if you don't really know, I mean, roll a d6 and just call that good.
The thing you can do is technically, I believe, you can assign the 14 as late as when you picking your class.
Is it? Is it supposed to be much later? That could make sense.
Yeah. When you're picking your class, you can assign it to one of the main skills of your class.
That does make sense. Maybe.
Yeah, I think I might hold off until I see what other people are doing. Otherwise, I'll probably, yeah, if nobody else throws like a combat roll based on their stats, I might shift it into something there that's more combat related. But otherwise, I'll probably shore up one of the weak stats to be something else. But yeah.
Okay. I'm okay with that. Okay, it does say that you are supposed to wait for the 14 until you choose your class. So maybe we should actually do that, Will. Maybe you should put your
9 back.
Yeah, maybe we should put that back. I'm sorry. I'm thinking Stars Without Numbers. This is a little different.
We can't, though, I think, based on what Will has said, we're pretty sure where his is going,
Yeah.
but we just...
But
we
just
have to-
for, just for the sake of it, let's try and do it as intended. You will probably see this a few times where I take a Stars Without Number rule and try and use that. So 100%, we're all learning this system, so we should 100% feel free to be like, hey, I'm not sure that's the way it works.
Just remembered reading that because it had a note that you can replace one prime attribute of your chosen class with a 14.
Oh, it does say, though, you can move points lowering abilities above 13 and raising abilities below 8 to even out your scores if you wish, but you can't lower a score below 13 or raise it above 8. So did Will have any of that naturally that he could have messed with? I don't think
one
so.
Negative.
Yeah, but he didn't have anything above 13 to bring down, did he? No.
You.
Um.
Oh.
Nope.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
He
neither
doesn't
could
have any.
Skylar. But we'll move on to John for now. Let's see what his stats are. Let's find out his strength.
Bad for Skylar though, because those he has some bad rolls.
That's kind of the
Yeah,
nature
but I
of the
mean, if
game.
the expectation is 1 + 1, 1 - 1, I can fix that with the 14 and bring myself right in line.
And there's going to be multiple steps we do where we adjust the modifiers, not the stats
Right.
themselves. So you could have a 3 wisdom, but if you focused on it, you could end up with like a +1 wisdom modifier.
Right. Or you could be super mutated. Wanna do that?
You want to roll your stats, John?
Oh yeah, there you go.
Let's find out.
Yeah, your
Let's
strength.
see how strong I am.
Do you?
Please be good.
Okay.
I am decent.
Hey, decent is okay.
Decent is better than nothing.
Nice.
Yes!
You are very dexterous.
That's going to be helpful.
Uh-huh.
You're above average dexterous, but yeah.
I don't care.
Nice.
Con 12.
That's good.
My
Good
luck
con.
is coming in. Oh my
13.
god.
Well, it's still average. It's just the best of average. Oh,
16
jeez.
Nice.
for wisdom.
You're doing good right now. You're above average when compared to
Right.
other characters.
Yeah,
This
the
is
only
the one
who
that's going
rolled
to
a
be 14.
positive He's the only one who rolled a positive modifier.
So if you want, you could lower your dex or wisdom to increase strength or con.
Oh,
Yeah, you could make a different stat be the better
Oh
stat.
no, that's not true because you can't bring them above 8s and you rolled too high. And don't put
Well,
that 14 in, remember? We need to make it a 9 for now.
what?
We need to leave that charisma as a 9. The 14
Okay.
doesn't get assigned until the end of choosing class.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Though, do you have some kind of concept in mind? Just out of curiosity.
Oh, I already have one, and thankfully my stats are good enough for that. Actually,
Well, what's the concept?
a traveling philosopher sage kind of person.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I can see how those stats would lean into that. Okay, well, I think we know who's up next, Steven.
God.
I believe in
We'll
you.
see what
Oh,
happens.
God.
Embrace it. Embrace the roles. There's no such thing
Like
as a
my
bad
main.
roll. All there is an interesting story.
Steven, I think that's a bad roll.
It is a bad roll. That's
Hey,
Guys,
what's the life without a little bit
if-
of chaos?
Put your life in the hands.
You
of the
guys are
dice
in the
gods.
Pathfinder D&D mindset. We're trying to step away from that.
boy. Oh, that's a 13. Okay. Give me something good.
Okay. Going as expected up to this point. Nice.
Oh, that okay. Oh,
Nice.
that is a 14.
Literally, if you get average for charisma, it's expected.
Okay, I
Slightly
got a
above
15.
average.
You did pretty well.
It's just awkward because I ended up with a whole bunch of mental stats when I was when I was kind of hoping for the positives and the physical stats. But
Well,
okay.
that's why there's more steps for character creation. You're going to be able to change that.
Yep.
Okay, let's move on to step 2. We are at this point supposed to choose a concept or motivation. You're supposed to take the stats you just rolled, get a general concept, and decide on a motivation based on this, some kind of long-term goal that will be a prompt for your action and adventure. But after that, because it seems like most of you have that, or if you don't, you're not really getting a vibe from your stats yet. We're supposed to choose a background package. So this is your past life. It's gonna have a brief description and a list of skills. And that's the whole point of a background package, is it's gonna provide certain skills for you. Were you an adventuring wastelander, or a nomad, or an elder? And I know some of these aren't immediately screaming out to you. Might not like immediately be like, oh, this one makes sense for what Jacob threw out. But I want you to go with something you think makes sense for your character, and then we can mold the concept we have, or maybe even mold the character, probably a little bit of both to fit them both in.
One thing I'd like to point out is the adventuring wastelander you picked out is actually one that's basically just a blank slate where you can choose how you want to build your character's backstory.
Because you get to pick a any one skill.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're gonna see a lot of the options you're gonna end up are, that one specifically says any one skill, but you're gonna see some that have specific subcategories like combat any, or profession any, or culture any, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But it sounds like we're gonna have some kind of wandering, like, wise man, and we're gonna have some like combat oriented wastelander, and well, I'm spacing what you were going to do.
Scientist.
The scientist,
Science
yes, the first
focused.
one I heard. And like a scientist, is this helping you formulate an idea, Skylar?
I mean, it doesn't really fit with my current stats, but if I, put that 14 in either wisdom or charisma, then I fit a speaker role and can be like a party face.
I don't know if it matters to you, but I do remember that one of us got above average charisma. I don't know if they're going to focus on that. Like, we can totally have multiple people with good charisma.
We have multiple people who are good at things. Can overlap.
Yeah. We could totally have a face. Is that something you're going to try doing,
Ooh.
Steven? Do you want to try facing?
Wasn't planning to be super face. I just
Cool.
happened to roll a higher charisma, so I will be able to talk to some degree regardless. But
Yeah.
My goal.
Cool. That means you have a niche to fill for yourself there, Skylar. Because with the way the skill system is, if you don't focus on a skill, every time you roll it, you're going to have a penalty to it. So if you're not putting effort in to be charismatic, even if you have a modifier to increase your charisma.
That wasn't my focus. So.
Yeah. So that is something you can 100% do, Skylar. If that's what you're interested in, there is space for a face. Are you going to choose
Yeah, I
a
mean that didn't seem to
package?
work super well with my stats because I mean wisdom and charisma are the main things of like yeah, that role, and I'll have a fairly weak stat in one of them, even if I 14 the other. But
Well, they're both the primes, so you can work off either. I think is how it works.
Yeah, if you don't have a specific concept from your stats, even with stats that are bad, you can be a good face.
then yeah, I'd say I'm probably going to
Because you
go
can.
for speaker and be the party face, and yeah, I'll either buff that wisdom or charisma. It looks like.
Okay. Well, let's wait to put
train-
those 14s in. Let's do our background packages for now.
You can take if you have the skills if you have the same skill multiple times, it gets better, and then
Yeah.
it can outweigh even having a negative modifier.
That's true. Are there have any of you decided on a background package at this point?
There's. I found one that I'm interested in, but
Yeah.
not sure how it fits into the setting you created.
Okay. Throw it out there.
It's called the Podborn.
Oh, the
Oh,
Podborn.
that's a
Yeah.
cool
So you
one.
would be from like from back in the day.
Yeah.
I think that's
Like,
totally doable.
Asleep. Frozen.
If you want to be from Luna, that's still possible. It's possible for either.
Okay, yeah. In that case, I'd probably take Podborn.
I like it.
The only one that gets land nomad.
It kind of makes sense since vehicles aren't like things that most people have access to.
Vehicle land also means riding a animal.
Yes, but everyone can do that as long as they're not isn't it like as long as you don't have a penalty in like a stat or something?
Yeah, but I want to be good at it. So
That's true. You could also pick it up in another way, like
that's what I'm checking. I just want to double check and see if there's another way to pick it up, another easy way for me to pick it up, so I can.
yeah,
If that's
there's
the
going to be
key,
a couple different ways to pick it up, like from class or training package. Both of those are going to have ways for you to get that.
Right, because there's also training packages, background package and training package.
Yeah.
Right, the training packages for the classes. Okay, yeah.
Training packages is going to be a lot more specific than this. Remember, this is your background. So this is like where you come from, where you started. So this doesn't necessarily have to be like what you've been your entire life. It can be, but it doesn't have to be. If that was the case, they would just cut out background packages and give you the stuff from Adventuring Wastelander. Everyone gets those.
That's fair.
Get a culture
Well,
enclave
there's
that's appropriate to you, survival, and any skill.
Yeah, just as a note, there is no reason to take Adventuring Wastelander if you're going to grab vehicle land. Is that any? Because that's literally the same skills as Nomad minus navigation.
I mean, yes, but at the same time, you might look at
Yeah.
Adventuring Wastelander and be like, I like the flavor of that more.
That is true.
Even though there's very little, that might be that sometimes that's the thing that attracts people, right?
I think I will take the Nomad.
Okay, we got a Nomad and a Podborn.
Nomad goes in
So,
background.
yes, there is a place on your sheet at the top, not that far from your stats, where you can put your background. And then obviously go in and adjust your skills so that they reflect what you've chosen. As a default, everything starts as a -1, and every time you take a skill, it goes up by 1. So you are trained in a skill when you are at a 0 for the skill.
No, the Nomad actually fits very well with the concept. I just would have fit better if it also gave me 1 combat. That's okay.
I honestly thought you were going to take Noble or Nomad. I thought it was going to be one of those.
was going to be one of those. Yeah, it was either going to go with Noble or Nomad. I picked Nomad. Both of them actually be fairly fitting.
And I mean, there's no way you can't be both, right? Because it does say, like, hey, choose one of these and add your own twist to it.
Yeah, exactly. My
And
background in navigation. What does culture / enclave mean?
it's culture for the enclaves themselves. Those are the settlements we have that people live in. It's your understanding of enclaves.
It's like this game's version of
Each
knowledge
specific
skills.
enclave. So this relates to a specific enclave.
Yeah, you have to choose one. And the way I was going to convey that for like people from Luna is that like there hasn't been, because there's very little technology that still works in the way it's intended to on Earth or Luna. I was gonna say that it's like information that people have been able to pick out through the years that you've somehow acquired. So you could have culture for an enclave, and have a little bit of an understanding of it. Um, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, well, I put culture Wasteland Knights. We can talk about what that means
Well,
later.
it is supposed to be a specific enclave that exists.
That was the idea of a specific enclave. It is a group. It was
that's different.
Oh.
Because like these settlements, there's very few of them that exist. So if we have a settlement that's molded behind the idea you've provided, I don't have a problem with a group, but an entire settlement represents a huge chunk of the actual people that exist.
Okay.
Because realistically, when we're talking about body counts in these settlements, we're probably talking about in all the settlements available, like less than 5,000 people.
Okay.
So if you take one of the like 7 settlements I think I have, if we make a settlement, I'm not directly opposed to it, but I don't want to guarantee that it's going to happen.
I'll just put it there for now, and we can tweak it later.
Okay. Because it could totally be the kind of thing where we could make either like the two options I'm thinking of is we could make a settlement related to that. That could be interesting. I've done that for Stars Without Number before, where I'd like tweak planets to like fit character concepts. So I could totally tweak one of these. That is a possibility. We would just need to talk about this after session. Like I said, I'm probably gonna need to talk with all of you guys some point before session 1, and maybe do like a mini session with you guys.
Like a background session.
Yeah, kind of just to get a little bit of information together from both of us that develops a little bit of a narrative.
Well, because I had a couple of concepts for it that I was going to run by you, Jacob, because one of them, that culture would make, the culture skill would make sense, but it also wouldn't impact you saying there being like an issue with having to make a settlement.
The other
One of the
option I was
ideas
going
I
to
had.
throw out is that the people you're talking about could be one of the groups, because there is a group mechanic in this game. They could be one of the groups that exist in one of these settlements. So you would have culture, whatever the settlement name is, but they could be members of said settlement, you know.
That could also work.
They still represent part of the community, but they're not an entire settlement.
Okay.
What about you, Skylar?
I mean, for a face-oriented character, either a noble or a entertainer seems to make the most sense.
That's
I
interesting.
think if I'm buffing that wisdom, it's probably noble, so I'm leaning noble.
Okay, I like that one. And like, depending on the ideas you formulate, that you guys have, I'm probably gonna end up like keying you guys in on different aspects of the setting. So I would 100% expect some of you guys to have, like everyone here, to have different knowledge of the setting when we start at session 1.
It's completely fair.
That's kind of the intent, because I want to provide you a natural way that like you guys can get information from each other and learn new exciting things.
Will, which background did you pick?
I went Podborn.
Right, you were Podborn. I'm sorry. John, which one are you looking at?
I changed from Elder to Wanderer.
To which one?
Wanderer.
Oh, okay. I think Wanderer was the one that I grabbed when I made my test character. I did a Wanderer Slayer, and I did the Man with No Name, I think is what it was called.
Ah.
Or it was something to that effect, where I was effectively making like a wandering gunslinger. I just felt like it worked together.
There's one that's called Gunslinger.
um,
I think you're thinking of the Survivor one called Stranger with No Name.
that's probably what it is. That sounds right. Yeah, because I did choose Survivor because I had the bonus HP.
Yay.
Okay, so we got a Wanderer, we got a Podborn, we have a Nomad and an Elder. That all sounds right. Has everyone here adjusted all their skills and put the name in on the background portion of their character sheet?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're definitely going to want to make sure you do that.
Yeah, I already added the background name for my character, so.
And you've adjusted the levels for the skills?
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Yeah,
So it's
you're going to want to change all those from -1s to 0s.
Yeah, so there's zeros, yeah.
Yeah, because this is the first time you're putting a level in a skill. To show that you guys, during your upbringing, whatever portion of your life you're contributing that to your background, you developed these skills. We can move on to our next step, which is maybe was there any skills that you guys needed like some kind of explanation on? Anything you grabbed you weren't quite sure?
Not for me.
Not for me. All of
No
the
issues
skills
here.
all the skills I needed to know about are explained in the skills section.
Yeah, they do all have explanations, but I know sometimes people might have questions, especially since this is a sandbox game. You might want to know like, how would I use this? Something like that. And the highest you can end up with a skill is 4, but like having a 4 in a skill is like crazy.
Cultural literacy is an interesting one since it cannot be raised after level 0.
You have to start with the ability to read, or you're not going to be able to read.
Read and write. Might be
Next.
something for you guys to think about. Next, we need to move on to classes. There are 4 of them. There's the let's just start at the top. There's the Scrounger. They're really good at finding stuff. That's their whole shtick.
We're pretty good at putting things together.
Yeah. They're the guy out there that's going to build that post-apocalyptic car. Well, most likely. Not that like everyone else could do it. They're just gonna be the ones geared towards that. As a note, one of their class skills is cultural literacy. That might actually make a good scientist class. We have Slayers. It's in the name. They're good at killing things.
Hey, Jacob. Sorry for interrupting. But one of the training packages for Scrounger is scientist, so you're kind of right there.
I'm not even surprised.
Yeah, the scientist is. Yeah, something tells me Will might be picking that, but he also might be picking something else because you do get the freedom to just take any 5 skills, 2 of which must be skills for it.
True.
Packages.
Slayer, straightforward, kill stuff, really good at killing stuff. Probably the easiest one to explain. Speaker, it sounds like Skylar's playing a speaker. I could be wrong, but he's all about communicating with people. Hell, there's literally one in here called Diplomat. I don't know if that's the kind of speaker you're going for, but
I mean, I'm gonna be like Wisdom as my primary stat, so I don't know if Diplomat necessarily works for that, but
that's fair. And the last one, Survivors, personally my favorite. They continue to exist when everyone else would die. They're hardy. They're hard to kill.
So you don't. Do you automatically get the class skills from your class and then train things?
I don't think you
How the
automatically
class
get
skills-
them. You get not you don't automatically get your class skills. You automatically get the ones from your package, I believe. But I am double checking the rules for character creation.
I believe you're right.
Yeah, so that 14 I was talking about earlier has to go in one of your primary stats for your class, so it is class dependent. If you're going to be a talker, I'm pretty sure you have to choose speaker.
Unless you already had it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're going to put the 14 in it is what I meant. And then there's special abilities. They all function almost exactly the same. Most of them are like, before you do a roll, you can just automatically succeed as long as you don't roll a fucking 2, which is 1s on both your d6s. Or
Yeah, it does say that. You choose
Yeah.
a training package, and then those are the skills you gain at level 0. If you
Okay.
already have the skill at level 0, it instead starts at level 1.
Yeah, so it does increase it.
Like, if I was to take a thing that gave me vehicle land, I would have a +1 in vehicle land instead.
Which would be a representation of a professional. That's what they title a 1 in a skill. And I do like the concept that this game provides. I generally do this, but the idea of, I think they actually specifically called it, like, concept successes, where, like, if you're a scientist who focuses on computers, I'm not going to have you roll some computer checks I would have other people roll, just because you know how computers work. I know you guys are used to me doing that in my other games, to some extent, but I will be doing that in this game as well.
Cool. So I am debating whether I should be taking Slayer or Survivor.
Okay, that's interesting, because those are going to be, I mean, choosing your class is probably the biggest difference in the game.
I like, just for reference, I do plan on going with Survivor, so I'm
That's
just
Right, but they can play very differently.
That's
even
true.
With the same
yeah,
class.
I know. I'm just warning you. So
which one were
Part
you
of the
going to do,
reason I'm
John?
looking.
what?
Which one were you going to do? Which class?
I'm thinking of teacher.
I don't know which class that's under.
Survivor.
Okay. I mean, the merit to I feel like with your concept, Steven, like Slayer would make it so it's easier to express the like combat aspect of the knights, but Survivor would be able to express like the survivability of the order, you know? Which aspect you want to lean into more.
Yeah, that's the tricky bit there, is picking which one I want to go with, because for the one thing is, and this is where my rolls indicate, is I rolled poopy for strength.
Yeah, so if you want to have good strength, then you should go
I kind of
Slayer.
have to take Slayer because Survivor can't get good strength.
Though, to be fair, when we get to mutations, you could adjust your, not your strength score, but your strength modifier that way.
Yeah. Could also roll some interesting mutations that do fun things.
That's true.
There's lots of. The other thing though is I also like the idea of. I mean, my con is average. I kind of like the idea of bumping con.
I like the idea of bumping con in this system too, just because there are a lot of not normal mechanics when we're looking at like D&D or Pathfinder as our base. That like con helps you with.
Con.
Like drugs, mutations, radiation, that kind of stuff, diseases.
Yeah. So I kind of, and also I like the class ability of the Survivor.
Of which one?
Class ability for the Survivor, hard to kill.
I honestly think the Survivor's my favorite, but I can see Slayer or Survivor working for your concept. Have you looked at like maybe comparing the skills that might help, or saves? What kind of saves you're interested in being good at?
right. They get. I forgot about
Yeah, saves are different
attack
depending on
bonuses and saving
classes.
throws. I forgot that even exists. I
Yeah.
forgot they had that. Okay,
So
so
a big
Survivor
one
has
is like
significantly worse attack bonus.
your physical effect save is going to be best if you play a Slayer. Yeah, across the board, Survivor's saves are like average. That's kind of their shtick, is that they have more HP and they can survive things, but they're not as specialized as the other ones.
Again,
I do love that luck is a save.
the luck save.
How lucky are
So,
you?
Is a lower number or a lower number is better in this one?
Yes, you want to roll that number or higher. So yes, a lower number is
Okay.
better.
Actually, it looks like Survivor and Slayer are pretty similar in terms of physical save. At least
Well,
at the
they're
start.
13, right? I assume.
Survivor is 12 and
Oh.
Slayer is 12. Yeah.
Is there? How about this? Is there a specific training package that jumps out at you, like flavor-wise? Like, are you a noble warrior, for example? That's a Slayer, or a paladin? Another Slayer? Or are you like a stranger with no name, or the last of your breed, or
That depends, because one of the possibilities was that the Order had been mostly wiped out, and this guy was like the last survivor of it, trying to remake it.
That almost exactly sounds like what I would imagine last of your breed means.
Yeah.
And that one's actually really
thought.
flexible.
Yeah. That was one of my possible thoughts, because that would explain why there's a culture of it, but the Enclave, where this guy is from, it doesn't exist anymore.
I like how
it was gone for the most part, except for this guy and maybe like someone else who also managed to escape, but you gotta rebuild. Could fit that though. Any one skill, combat any, culture any, history, survival. That is not the worst set of skills. I also could take adventuring survivor and just pick 5 skills and pick a bunch of stuff from the last of the breeding, and then
It's true.
also get the better mount, because I want to be good at writing.
I'm going to let you sit on that, and I'm going to talk to other people that have more of an idea or need help.
Yeah, sure.
Has anyone decided what they're going with, what class and what package?
I think I've already decided I'm going to Scientist Scoundrel or Scrounger.
Okay. Scrounger Scientist, huh? Okay. I like it.
Getting any one combat bonus, which I would normally take energy weapons, but I have a feeling energy weapons are going to be very rare in this game.
That's something to talk about, is ammo scarcities. Like, people using primitive weapons are going to have an easier time because it's just easier to make ammo for a primitive weapon. On the other hand, if you do take a combat skill and you want to use laser rifles are scary.
Yeah.
And that means if you're the only guy with laser rifles in the party, for example, that means no one else is going to use laser rifles you find.
Laser rifles would... Go ahead.
I would say do it, especially because you're a tech person. You want to do it, do it.
I do already have a point in pre-tech, which I believe is what laser rifles consist of. Pre-tech.
Yeah, there's nobody making laser rifles anymore. That's pre-tech stuff.
So, you could be the guy who figures out how to make laser rifles.
And you do, at the end of character creation, the last step is choosing one weapon you start with, one piece of armor you start with, and then everyone will get a variety of random items that we roll on a table. So you can start off with a laser pistol if that's what you want to do.
That actually sounds very badass, not gonna lie.
And thing to note, the saves are a little weird, as you guys have noticed. They're a little different. I'm not going to say weird. They're old school. I like them. So is armor. Your armor stat, You want it to be as low as possible because whatever the number is gets added to someone's attack roll when they try and hit you. I believe you're shooting.
Does that work in this?
What?
What is encumbrance?
Encumbrance, you can have a number of readied items equal to and items have different level of encumbrance depending on the item, but you can have a number of readied items you can just pull while doing any other action equal to half your strength, and you can have a number of stored items on top of that you'd need to spend a round to pull out. And I'm pretty sure when it says a round, it means a full round. Like, this is stuff packed away on your person that's not easy to access, equal to your full strength. So, if you have a low strength stat, that means you can carry very little things readied, and just generally.
Okay, so it looks like I need to...
For example, Will can only carry, and you round down, so Will can only carry a number of readied items equal to an encumbrance of 3, because he has a 7 strength.
Which is why I'm a little bit concerned, because I think I have to boost... I could decrease my charisma to bump my strength, I believe. Wait, hold on, because I have the...
Let me see. You could bring your charisma down to 13. You could bring it down by 2, and that would be exactly enough to bring your strength up to 8.
Which would make my strength average.
It would also make your charisma average.
Right.
That is 100% something you can do.
I could also increase my wisdom by 1 and my charisma by 1 to boost my strength by 2.
You can't bring... Oh, yes, you could...
If I wanted to keep charisma positive, I could have charisma go to 14 and wisdom down to 13.
Yes.
Think? Yeah.
Yeah. And then with that, you could bring strength up to...
8.
Yeah. Which you might want if you're going to be carrying a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, but if I'm going to replace strength, the 14, it's just depends on what class I take.
If you're taking Slayer, you don't need to lower stats, in which case you're going to end up with 3 +1s naturally before adjustment. If you take Survivor, it sounds like you're going to want to lower your Wisdom to be 0 modifier and your Cha to just barely be a 1.
Yeah. Then that would get me a positive, a not negative strength.
Yes.
Give me better carry capacity.
In which case, if you went with Survivor, is it Intelligence or Constitution you choose?
I was going to boost Con.
The interesting thing about that is your Con is already a 13, so if a stat was ever to naturally increase, that would be the easiest one to do.
Stats naturally increase?
I don't think they do in character creation, but there are ways you can do it, both in-game and I believe with leveling up as well. When you level up at certain intervals, you get stat increases.
Okay. I guess technically there's nothing saying I couldn't make a Slayer who had the same fluff as the last of your kind Survivor fluff.
Yeah, there's nothing saying that, right? I mean, you're supposed to incorporate the fluff of your package, but you're supposed to make it your own, so...
Well, I could just take the Adventuring Slayer package, which doesn't really have the fluff, and then you make your fluff.
There you go. That's supposed to be a blank slate. Exactly. Like I said earlier, there's an appeal of that for that to people. What about you, Skylar? Have you decided?
I mean, definitely thinking Speaker. The two that seem to work best for Wisdom in terms of backgrounds are either Chieftain or Dynast, and I'm thinking Dynast.
Okay, that's interesting. I love that concept.
Create a lasting legacy.
But you said there were 2 that you liked, though, right, Skylar? What was the other one besides Dynast?
Well, the other one would be Chieftain, I think.
Okay.
But I think I like Dynast more. I think Dynast probably works pretty well for the setting.
I like it. I do like the concept.
Wait, question. So what happens if you bring a skill higher than a 1?
It goes to a 2.
No. Okay, I just didn't know. Like you said, it was a professional level, so it was like maybe there's a max.
I think I know there is in
Max.
Stars Without Number, but I don't know if there is in this one. I don't remember.
There is. The max level skill level you could go is 4, which is legendary.
No, I mean for character creation.
Oh, character creation.
Yeah.
Don't know.
Because in Stars Without Number, you can't bring something above. I think it's a 2 at character creation.
I'm not sure how you're gonna get something higher than a 1 based on what we've done so far, because we've only had 2 opportunities to gain a skill proficiency.
Background gives me survival, then my class gives me survival, and then my package gives me survival.
The class doesn't.
Your class doesn't give it to you. Like the
Yeah.
package and the.
Those are just class skills, so you don't get penalized when you make those rolls. Those are rolls that you're adept at. You don't get improvements to those.
Oh, so I make them like a 0?
No, you don't adjust stats based on if they're class stats. You adjust them based off they're part of your package.
Okay.
So you need to, if you already adjust them if they were class skills, you need to put them back. Am I going to need to help you with that, or do you think you can do that by yourself?
I can do that by myself. I was just being an idiot. So, okay, it's background plus package. That's it?
Yes. Background plus package up to this point.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I was being stupid.
It does recommend that one member in the party should have some degree of medical, and someone should have some degree of tech post-tech.
I was planning on, because one of them gave me tech post tech as well as tech any, and I was planning on taking tech medical, but at the same as a joke, I was going to suggest I take tech mal tech, which is the doomsday weapons.
That is a
real
very
rare.
specific type of scientist. But I guess it would kind of it would be a lot easier to make sense of that with a podborn than it would most others.
Of course, Maltech also involves bio and nano warfare technology.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think I'm gonna go with the survivor.
They're not mandatory though. You don't need to have these things I've brought up. Yeah, it doesn't seem, it might say it generally in character creation, but I'm not seeing anything when it's like talking about choosing character classes or using background packages where it's like this is the hard limit. I think it's just limited by the system itself, as opposed to Stars Without Number where there is a hard limit. So have you nailed down a Dionist, Skylar?
Yes, that's what I'm going with.
Okay. Okay, so was it a noble Dionist? That's what you are right now?
Yes.
And then we have a podborn scientist. And we have a
I'm planning to change my package, by the way. Because I didn't realize that was a rule.
You're gonna change whatever survivor you were?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't even know what you were. I don't remember you saying what you were.
Teacher. I was a teacher.
Okay. Have you already like fixed your mess up with the class skills?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me double check because I'm pretty sure the class skills just means you roll those regularly, but it might be something else.
Funny that as a podborn, I automatically get bureaucracy as a skill.
Well, it's because Earth was the bureaucracy of the mandate, right?
True. And then I get history.
Has everyone put their 14 in at this point?
Not yet.
Okay.
Go ahead and do that real quick. There we go. 14 intelligence. Sounds nice. Let's see.
It doesn't actually tell you what a class skill is off. Like when
class skill, I think just applies to you choosing the class skills. If you are doing the package where you build your own.
Okay, that would make sense. Choose your own skills. Yeah, that might be what it is.
I took the adventuring survivor, and Basically, the only thing I really did was I just tweaked it so that I took basically the same stuff as the normal package, except I took being good at writing.
Yeah, I'm going to do the same thing with Stranger with No Name. So
From the last of the breed, I just tweaked the So didn't take artist.
Yeah, no,
Mostly just.
you're completely right. I'm having a flashback now. That is 100% what the class skills are for. Is if you take the adventuring version of a class, it's to limit you to those specific skills. So what are you doing with?
Oh,
What you said you're getting Stranger with No Name? Is that what you're getting, John?
yeah, I'm going to go with Stranger with No Name.
Okay, so you're gonna have some vehicle and some combat and culture and a few other things.
I have.
I like Stranger with No Name.
Yeah,
That's the one I
don't.
took.
Yeah, I don't.
So you're
Yeah, I'm going to have one rank with Traveler, so that's going to be fucked up. But other than that,
so you're gonna
One
be
rank
you're
is
gonna be a
better than
wanderer,
nothing.
stranger with no name.
yeah, that's the thing. I'm a wanderer, so I'm
I
going
love
to have.
it. You're-
I'm going to be +1 with Traveler, so
Oh, does wanderer gives you culture traveler?
yeah,
Okay, cool.
yeah. I mean, like, if you allow, I might change. Like, if you allow, I'll change it back to Elder, but like,
I mean,
but probably not.
if you want to
What?
be an elder, that's fine.
Like, yeah, I know. I'm just trying to make it not. I'm just trying to make sure everything is not confusing. So
No, I think I totally get the idea of a wanderer, stranger with no name. But if you prefer elder, stranger with no name, that's fine.
well, no, I mean the thing is like Stranger with No Name is like innately a wanderer as well. So
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing that says you can't have a background that fits
No.
you currently, right?
Yeah.
You can do that. If you don't want to, go ahead and change it. But I think they make very natural segues. That's exactly what I did when I made my test character.
yeah, I'm just going to change it back to Elder.
Okay. Just make sure you set your skills up correctly. Go take all the
yeah, I
stuff
am. Don't worry.
from Wander off and then add the stuff from Elder. So we're gonna have an
Yeah.
Elder stranger with no name. And I don't know if you read Elder, but it specifically says like this doesn't mean that you have to be a super old guy.
Oh, I know. It just has to be like someone who's like very experienced.
Yeah, you're a wise man for a group of people. That is something I want to make a note of. People don't live long on Luna or on Earth. So I wouldn't make old characters. I would say like putting someone in their 50s is pretty old. The exception for that is the Podborn because people lived hundreds of years pre-apocalypse. So you could be very old. You could literally be like 150-year-old and then just be like, I look like I'm 30. Or some degree like that. Because like
would that mean like a 50-year-old in the old world would be considered like a teenager?
no, like you still age like you still have your
It just
natural
means you
maturity where
live a
we
lot
just had
longer.
ways to artificially extend life.
I know, but I was just thinking how age gets referenced in the world like that.
I mean, you'd probably still it's less important generally speaking, to be honest, but I imagine that would change dynamics within society, but this is such a strange world that like I don't know how much effort you want to actually put into that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Okay,
so I changed it. There we go. We just have to figure out Enclave now.
Well, I would like to get everyone. I want to make sure everyone's on the same page. That's why I'm trying to do this with all of us at the same time. Who has their packages finished at this point?
and is done.
Yeah, I'm done.
I think I'm good too.
John?
I'm fine. Yeah.
Okay. Have you guys all put your 14 in based on your class?
Yes, I have.
Okay. I will look at Skylar's real quick and just give. Would you like to give everyone a refresher of your stats real quick, Skylar?
Oh yeah, I've got Strength 11, Dex 12, Con 11, Intelligence 8, Wisdom 14, Charisma 7.
Nice. Who else has done their stats? Finished with their 14.
Have
Okay. Well, what's your final stats look like, Steven?
8 strength, 12 dex, 13 con, 14 int, 13 wisdom, and 14 charisma.
Nice. Who's next?
My stats are 7 strength, 13 dex, 10 con, 14 int, 12 wisdom, and 8 charisma. I feel mediocre as fuck.
I mean, that's the point of the system is that modifiers aren't that big. I know to you guys it might seem like mediocre, but really a +1 is an example of someone who's exceptional in that field, right? Like that stat, like a 16 is a fucking wise man.
The fact that I have so many zeros.
That's life. What about you, John? Are you finished with your stats?
Yeah. Strength 10, 15 dex, 12 con, 13 intellect, 16 wisdom. I am a wise man.
Aren't
And 14 charisma.
I thought you were a survivor?
Yeah.
What did you bump with your survivor?
The 14 has to go in intelligence
charisma.
or constitution.
You have a point there.
You put it in charisma.
Yeah.
His charisma is going to be 9, but his intelligence or con is going to go up to 14.
Okay, fine. I'll make intelligence 14. There we go.
Nice. We actually have a pretty smart party. We have 3 people with high intelligence.
What is I'm not sure what certain stats key off of other than skill, or is it just off of skill?
What do you mean?
So like int doesn't affect your skill. There's not not like Pathfinder where skills are tied to attributes.
Not necessarily, no. If you can make an argument to use strength for a tactics roll, I mean, I doubt you can, but if you can, it's there.
Oh, okay, cool. All right.
I think there are
Just
ones
check.
they're generally tied to, though, but I'm willing to, like, I'm sure if we go, I'm almost positive if we go look at the skill list, they're tied to certain things, but,
Okay.
could be wrong there. Now we just
Good
need
at
to do
surviving.
equipment.
We also need to do. Wait, no. We have mutations.
Okay. Mutations is
Points, languages.
fucking yeah, mutations.
Because there's mutations, and languages and stuff before equipment.
Yeah, sorry. It's just the way they have it formatted on here. So you're all gonna have 3 points to spend for your mutations. With each point, you can roll on a mutation table. Most of them are going to be inherited, though. If you're going to be from Luna, they're probably not inherited. Like especially with Will, his are going to have to develop whenever his character gets to Earth, because he's been in a pod since the apocalypse started, or before then. So he hasn't been to Earth since then. If you're from Luna, probably best to have your mutations not be heritable. They'll probably just be something you developed very early on when we get to Earth. Obviously, if you're not in that boat, which as far as I can tell, the only person doing that is Steven, then they probably are heritable. That's how they work, and you were probably born with them. Um, though you could have like went into high shine, which is like basically a pocket of radiation. Um, if
And the
you
nanites
yeah,
change you.
yeah, and it's not the radiation that causes it; it's the nanites using their twisted form of radiation healing that has provided you with mutations.
If you're suffering from radiation poisoning or other genetic damage, it will then try to fix you. It
Yeah,
just fixes you wrong.
you
Fixes you
can
different.
spend some of your points to improve attribute modifiers. You can spend as many of you want of those 3, so they don't change the attribute, but they increase the modifier for the attribute. So this is a way you could have. How I talked with Skylar earlier about how you could have like a shitty wisdom stat but a high modifier. You could do this, and each time it gives you a +1 modifier. So technically, you could take, if you have a -1 stat, you could just put all 3 of your points into modifier adjustments and make it a +2. But it can't be higher than a +2. And you can spread those out if you want. You don't have to use any of them for that. If you only use your stats for, or if you only use your points for mutations, if you only use your mutation points for stats modifier adjustments, then you'd be what's called a pure strain human, which is someone who hasn't ever inherited these mutations. You're genetically pure. Or I think it has a different name, like null strain.
Null strain human, and you can choose to be immune to high shine. Period. You will never be mutated if you want to, because it's a choice.
I was gonna get to that. I promise. I don't know what page it is off the top of my head where the mutations are. Is anyone already looking at them?
Page 17 for the instructions for mutations. Page
29. What it looks like. So all mutations have like a stigma associated with them, like basically like some malformity that you have. That we're probably gonna roll for, though if you have specific ideas, I'm willing to chat about those. Though I would say just embrace the chaos and go with the flow. Especially if you're gonna be from Luna with mutations, because like it's not you choosing something your family's had for generations. It's like something that's gonna happen to you soon.
does include.
No. Not a problem at all. I was gonna say if we are going to be generating mutations, I guess first off, how many people are interested in getting 1 or more mutations? Anyone else? Okay.
First, I thought about getting mutations, but considering I'm going to be pod-born, wonder if it might make more sense to just be null. Go with a null strain.
I mean, sounds cool to me.
I like the idea of the mutation stuff. I think
it's a very cool concept. Yes. I just don't know if it would fit my character particularly.
You certainly could have woken up and literally exited your pod into a bunch of high shine. Like, uh-oh.
Well, I think he's going with the Luna idea, so he's going to be coming down.
Right.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, you might not have had the mutation, but if you want to be from Luna and get the mutation, I'm totally cool with you getting it shortly after we end up on Earth.
Like the pod just crashes into an unusually large pocket of high shine.
We'll see how it goes, but getting it shortly after you get to Earth is something I will guarantee.
You could have been exposed to some radiation from the lander as you were landing, and then you get exposed to the high shine or something close.
Possibly.
Okay. Well, do you know how many you're going to be getting, Steven? And you don't have to like claim like, okay, I'm gonna get this many and then roll and be like, I don't really. I'll let you do it one at a time if that's what you want.
I am not sure how many I'm going to take.
Okay. The thing I would have you pick though is we'll get your stigma out of the way if you want to you're at least doing one, right?
I liked number 9 on the table, but you know I can just re-roll. I can just roll if you want me to roll, but whole metallic just over portion of the character seems.
I would recommend rolling for your first one, but if you are opposed to it, I do not have a problem with you claiming one to be number 9. That's fine.
Okay.
I would recommend it if you are going to end up doing multiple, though, that you do at least roll on one of them. This is definitely one of those games that at character creation wants you to play around with its tables.
It says every mutant only has you have one stigmata. You only have to have one. Every mutation has a flaw, which is the next table.
Yeah.
But a mutant only has one stigmata, which.
I'm just talking about the
sign.
tables in general.
Okay. No one else gonna roll any mutant stuff?
No, that's fine. Let's
Am I
just
the only
let's focus on your stuff for now.
Okay. Okay.
So we know what your stigma is going to be. I'm sure there's a place on your sheet to write that, but I honestly haven't looked.
There is.
Yeah, is there a place for it? Probably at the bottom.
Yeah, this is miscellaneous, where you put in mutations.
Okay. Well, just throw it in down there.
One thing, I can't remember if you touched on this, Jacob. But I can't remember where exactly in the rules it said, but I know I saw it before where you could spend 2 mutation points
Yeah, we haven't got to that
take a
yet.
Okay.
We haven't even talked about flaws yet. So the flaws are the like actual negative part of the mutations. And that's what we're gonna get to. And we're gonna. Are you gonna roll for that, Steven, or are you gonna spend 2 points to ignore that?
That's what I wasn't sure about what I should do. I wasn't sure. I was deciding. A flaw. Benefit. Okay, so so how it works is if I want to choose my mutation and flaw, I would spend 2 points.
No, if you want to choose a mutation, then you would just spend the 1 point regularly. If you want to avoid the flaw, you'd spend 2 points.
You can just avoid flaws entirely?
If you spend 2 points on them. So if you actually read that part of it, it says characters may optionally spend 2 points to gain a mutation without a significant drawback or with a purely cosmetic effect on their appearance. The choice must be made before the flaw is rolled.
That I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. Oh, that mutation without a significant drawback or with a.
Yeah, so you would just have that visual.
Okay.
Though it does, I assume with the wording there that you could still be like, this part is slightly different if you wanted to be. I'd be okay with that.
I'll roll on the flaw table.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, let's do that then. Give us a D12. Let's see what you get.
For mutation 1.
Well, let's start with mutation 1. We'll start with the flaw.
6.
6. Okay, this one's
strange internal organs that make it difficult for you. That is not a very good thing to have. That is a bad one to roll. But
so,
hey, I have strange internal organs.
I think you have to roll randomly.
You do.
Yeah, okay, and what, there's 6 of them? 5 of them?
So I need to go to.
There are 5 saves. Is there a table specifically for saves on here?
Yes. There is. I just saving throws. I roll 1d10.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it. Yes, that makes sense. A D10. Let's get your D10. Let's see what you get. It's exactly in the order you guys would think, from left to right on your screen. If you're looking at your character sheet.
So I will a D10. I'm embracing the random.
Okay, so it's mental saves.
Mental effect. Yep. Right, that's flaw 1.
Okay. Well, that's part of our
Flaw.
first mutation. Let's see what your benefit is. Give us another D12.
Hopefully I get something cool.
Oh, I'm sure you will. I
To be
think
fair,
all of
they're
them
pretty
seem
much
pretty
all
cool. Yeah.
in some way or another. I'm willing to do it because I think the mutation thing is just a really cool part of this game. So I was like, I want to do this.
Okay, wait. How many mutation points do we have?
3.
Oh,
Okay.
that is great. Natural hardiness combines with nanite energy production to leave you impervious to the lack of a necessity. Do not require it to remain in good health.
Okay, let's see what your necessity is. What should
I'm
be
gonna
like
have to roll on a
food?
table for that. That'd be pretty powerful.
Food is an option.
Food, sleep,
And
water.
Okay.
That is fucking awesome.
Those are all good. Those are all good. This was a good one.
I like it.
Fits. Food. I don't need to eat.
Food just became like literally just money for you. Maybe that's why
Okay,
you survived.
Okay, so
I survived in the place with no food, escaping. All right, so I do not need to eat.
okay, so so if I don't use if I don't use 2 points, I can spend those 2 points on ability scores.
So you have 3 points total. You can
Yeah.
either spend them on mutations, or you can spend them not on ability scores, but on modifiers for those abilities. So, for example, let me pull your sheet up real
Fits
quick.
so well too.
You could
Strange
take
internal-
your 9 charisma. It would still say 9 charisma, but if you spent 1 point, you could make your charisma modifier a +1.
I love the mutation stuff.
Okay,
I do not need to eat.
Okay,
This is perfect flavored.
You know what?
Perfect.
You know, I'm going to embrace the random as well.
I
Embrace
would
the
like
random.
to do it one person at a time though, if
Okay.
you're okay with
I
that.
love this though. My strange internal organs. So I don't need to eat to survive.
I love it.
That is great flavor right there. Okay, so that is my mutant. Is my first mutation. I am
You're gonna
going to do another mutation.
Yeah.
So,
Hold on 1 second, gentlemen. Okay, sorry about that. Also, as a note, I believe there's system strain for these. Like, they do tax your system strain.
some of them do. Constant
Okay.
ones don't. They're not activated unless I was to have rolled for the flaw for this one. At my mutation ravage, if I'd rolled an 11, mutation
Okay, it's a
would
specific
require me
flaw.
to take strain to activate it.
Okay, cool.
Some powers have specific strain associated with them.
That makes sense.
All right, so I'm gonna roll another d12.
What are we rolling for?
Flaw.
Okay, you're doing a second mutation.
2. Yes, I'm embracing the mutations. I think
Okay.
they're cool.
What'd you get? A 2?
2. I suffer a mental debility.
Oof.
I'm,
Okay.
yeah, sometimes embracing the random.
Seems like your character's mental state is a little messed up, just generally.
Which kind of makes sense.
Yeah, lean into it. Let's see. Let's get a D8 to see what are half of these sins. Half of these are sins. Okay.
These are sins.
So I guess I just need to play up that because there's no rules. I don't see any rule for how exactly those work.
Yeah, I don't see one either.
Oh no, they are. There are rules for them.
Yeah.
They actually wrote out
At the end.
effects for
That makes sense. Well, let's roll and see what you get.
the mental debility is not just for
Oh.
RP.
Did you?
Huh?
Is it? Do you want to throw the roll out?
How to?
Okay.
I'm wrathful.
Nice.
Would have
So it's
lost
probably
my
at the
pick.
very bottom. You must succeed a mental effect save throw to break off combat while enemies still stand unless one system strain point is spent.
Incidentally, I'm bad at mental effect saves. this is flavorful.
It just
Yeah.
works.
This is interesting.
Yeah. Wait. Hey, Steven, I actually have a really cool flavor idea. The reason why you don't have to eat is because your brain constantly brings adrenaline.
It could be a way to do it.
Yeah, like I just thought that like would be like a cool like scientific thing. Like you basically feed off adrenaline.
I am enjoying this, even if it is. Sometimes the random tells a story, and in this case, the random actually does seem to tell a story. Now I
This-
roll for what the good thing I get from my mutation is.
Let's see.
Is so I rolled a 10. 10.
Does it say anything about
So-
rolling the same thing?
I think I can't get the same effect. I can't get the exact
Choosing
same.
flaws and benefits. Yeah, I would let you re-roll if you got the same one. If you want to re-roll, you can. If not, it will just end up being one of the two options you haven't already gotten.
Go
I could
on,
tell
never
it
need
pretty-
food and water.
It would be kind of neat. I'm
Yeah.
just the eternal. I do not
I
eat. I do not drink. I do not sleep. If I rolled the same thing for all three, that would be funny. But I think
If you want to do a re-roll, I'll let you.
I'm gonna re-roll.
Okay, let's see what you get.
I rolled the same thing again. I'm gonna take it. But if I
Okay. Yeah, I mean, at that point, it's fate telling you, right?
shape has gifted you with movement power.
Interesting. Ooh, these look cool.
So yeah,
I'll be
I
right
don't know what
back.
they don't know what exactly they do, but they
Well-
look pretty cool.
Let's roll and find out. Metastep sounds like a psionic thing.
Hoping that it's not psionic. I'm just gonna be honest. That
Well,
seems
if
really
it's
not helpful.
I assume if it's a mutation, it's not psionic. But it
I
could
was
be.
saying
I don't know.
I was just saying I hope that I don't get aquatic because aquatic is probably going to be useless.
We literally have a huge coast. We're on the east coast of America. Aquatic would be useful.
I fly.
Or was it aquatic?
No, I fly.
Oh, I think you
got
said
flight.
why.
No, I said I fly. I
Nice.
have flight.
They fly now?
Fly now, apparently.
Okay.
Wings
Either
or
with-
anti-grav nanites allow for brief flight at double your normal walking or running speed. You're perfectly stable in flight and can hover in place. Activating this ability costs 1 system strain for 5 minutes of flight. Winged mutants can glide in a mostly straight line for up to an hour on an activation.
That one's pretty cool.
That does
Yeah.
sound pretty awesome, not gonna lie.
Are you gonna have wings, or are you gonna have some kind of anti-gravity?
I'm going to determine that. I'm not sure right now.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm back.
Will just got wings.
Oh,
Steven.
congratulate, Will.
Steven got
Oh,
wings.
sorry, Steven.
Oh, Steven, congrats.
Or they might be anti-grav. We don't know yet.
I have to pick.
Yeah.
Either way, he could fly.
God fucking.
He's literally post-apocalyptic Peter Pan.
Oh.
Does he never grow
But-
old?
But I'm going, and here's the thing. I'm going to take a third one.
And it's like third
Oh,
mutation.
God
Okay.
damn.
Okay. Well, let's see the flaw. We know he has to take a flaw at this point.
Is he even human anymore?
Hey, look, I think this is cool. So
I like
I
it.
like the mutation. Okay, so I rolled a d12.
Yeah. Let's see what your flaw is.
4.
4.
Hurts.
A certain environment leaves you weak.
Okay. We'll roll environment, and then we'll roll physical attribute.
Right. That one hurts a bit.
Yeah. So
Which
a
one'd you
D8
get?
is the first thing we need. That leaves you with deserts or other very arid places.
that
Ouch.
kind of sucks.
Ouch.
So you
At
might
least
want to
it's
hang
not
out on the
natural
coast.
daylight.
Yeah,
Really?
which kind of messes with the whole. That messes a little bit with the character concept, but okay, I guess I suck at deserts.
I mean, I don't see why you can't have the concept you're talking about.
Oh, it just. Yeah. Okay, well, I guess I just don't have that. So.
Let's see what your physical.
What suffers in the desert?
Is it going to be strength or dexterity? D6.
It's gonna be dexterity.
Okay, okay. So if he spends 10 minutes or longer in the desert, he starts hurting.
I still remain, but I. Wait. So how exactly does this one work? Let me.
What?
For a -2 to your physical attribute. Oh, it's your modifier. Of course, it's the modifier. Of course, it couldn't be just a -2 to the score. It has to be
It
-2
makes
to the
it makes sense that it's the modifier though if you think about how this works.
Yep.
Let's see what you get in exchange for that.
-2 to dexterity.
What do you have to do to make it so you can edit the modifiers? Cuz like
Oh no.
you can't edit them as a default.
I think maybe we just factor it in.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
It's not that bad. Okay, let's see. Let's see what my Let's see what I get. What's the cool thing I get for this one? There'd be something cool for this.
That should be
I think,
another
was the
movement
worst of them.
ability.
7.
7.
Powerful form can be pushed to feats of mighty prowess, granting a +2 bonus to your physical attribute modifier.
You get +2 to dexterity.
Activating this ability adds 1 point of system strain and it lasts for 5 minutes or 1 skill check, whichever takes longer.
Nice.
Which ability are you going to get?
So it's either strength or dex.
Yeah, I'm really hoping it's strength.
Give us your d6. Low its strength, high its dex. I'm interested.
I am too.
I think it would actually be kind of interesting either way, though.
4.
Dexterity.
Which doesn't with what I took as my weapons. Took primitive weapons. They're not projectile.
That's not all your dexterity will be used for, right? Skills?
Yes. Okay.
Nice. I love that you have like almost all your stuff has to deal with stats. Almost all of it is stats. Oh, and as a note, the
Saves.
base movement for a human is 20 meters. So
Right.
you can fly it. Was it at that or was it at double?
Double.
So 40 meters as a walk, but flying.
I mean that is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty far.
Yeah. Honestly, number 3 is the one that I'm least excited about.
Yeah.
The other ones are all really cool, and this one's just sort of like I can be good at dex for a short period of time.
I think they're all pretty cool. And you're gonna need to add some flavor to all of these, right?
You know what? I think I might go ahead and take 1 mutation.
Okay. Are you gonna do it?
Yeah, I want to do 1 as well.
We'll do John's first because he did bring it up first. He brought it up earlier, and I wanted to get Steven's done first.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Let's do your stigma.
Yeah, my stigmata or stigma, whatever.
Yeah, I think it is supposed to be stigmata, but I don't know.
1. I have a skin of dramatically unnatural color or texture.
Oh god, he's got jaundice.
That's interesting.
Can I re-roll this? Or Nah, I
mean,
actually not. I'm going to
Embrace
I'm
it.
going to keep.
Make
I'm
yourself a
going to
weird
embrace
color
it.
or texture.
Embrace the chaos.
I can no, I can either make it a color or texture. So
Yeah, that's what I said.
oh,
It could be scaly, something, or
Ew. I can be a dragon boy.
yeah.
You could technically have
I'm cool
scales.
with
That
what I
is
got.
true. That is a texture.
Anyways,
Well, yeah,
I
yeah.
cannot endure a single pain. So
You
injury
cannot
source.
endure a certain injury source. Yep.
Oh, I was gonna. Okay, yeah.
Uh,
Let's find out what your injury source is. What are the options here? I'm trying to keep up with you just so other people can see it if they're watching this.
edged weapons. That
Right.
actually doesn't bother me too much because I'm planning to go ranged anyway. So
Spears, claws, teeth, blades.
yeah, so
I would
maybe
argue,
my
if anything,
skin
that
got,
should
like,
make
very
you worry
papery.
about it more because that means the thing you're not planning on doing, your weakness, is an even bigger weakness.
Okay,
What's
Yeah.
his
10.
benefit? We got a 10?
Natural
Oh,
hardiness combines the
John.
nano energy production to leave you impervious to a lack of blank.
Can you please
Oh,
go a
so-
little bit slower? I'm trying to make it so other people can see you roll
Sorry.
and see the charts. I can't do that if you do it all really quickly.
I have a possibility to become immune to food as well.
I got.
Okay. No more food. Damn it.
no more sleep.
You never have to
don't
sleep again.
Sleeps for the week.
You're
You got
immune
me,
to
I-
Freddy Krueger.
Damn it, I got addicted. I'll do one more.
Okay, are you gonna do it with or without a flaw?
Wait, I can choose without a flaw.
If you
You
spend
have to
2
pay
points,
extra.
Get to pay an extra point.
1 point. Oh wait, I have to do 1 point extra.
yeah.
You have to pay 2 points for it, yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Nah, I'm going to miss out on a flaw. Whatever.
Okay. I need a D12 for the flaw. 11.
This mutation is always going to have a cost.
Using it costs
No,
one
I said
success-
I'm going to miss out on the flaw. I'm not going to do the flaw.
So you're gonna
miss
pay
out.
2 points?
Yeah, I'm paying 2 points and I'm doing the benefit.
Okay. So in that case, you got a hyper accurate awareness and sensory mutation, gaining you a sensory power. What are those?
Sensory power.
A D8.
Yeah, I'm just checking what the list is.
You have radar sense.
sense.
Radars.
Well, that's not gonna make
What is
things
that?
complicated.
What does that do?
You have a natural radar can feel the contours of your surroundings out to 20 meters. You can
Identify specific people by their contours.
I can, yeah. So
You're literally Daredevil. You can literally just close your eyes and just a pulse that
Remember-
lets you see everything.
You remember? Okay. You remember how fucking annoyed I was when we had a cat in Pathfinder that could smell? This?
And now you have the Daredevil.
Okay, so that's
okay, guess I'm
John's.
on guard duty.
You don't need to sleep either.
You
Yeah,
have radar
guard
sense.
duty.
Yeah, he is the guard duty guy.
Everyone-
That tells a story right there. His abilities certainly tell.
So
a
you
story.
have scaled skin. You don't need to
I was
sleep.
I was actually going to think of making it papery. So
What was that?
I was thinking of making my skin papery because
Okay,
it'll
interesting.
be yeah. I just imagine this philosopher. Like no, the funny part is this, like I was actually imagining he came from Luna. So like I just imagine him coming down, being like, "Oh, I can see the world now."
Yeah, if you're doing this and you're from Luna, these are mutations that are most likely violently going to happen when you land.
Yeah, I actually kind of imagine my guy might even have like sought these mutations out because he wants to become more worldly. So,
Are you going to take another one, or are you going to just take the?
I used all 3.
Oh yeah, because you didn't take a flaw for that.
Yeah.
He passed up on having a flaw.
Nice. Okay. Will.
Yep.
What are we
Go
doing?
ahead and roll my D10. I'm going to go ahead and take a flaw.
Okay. Let's see your stigma.
Let's see. Let's roll that D10 first. 8. I rolled D6 and a 4 plus. I'm unnaturally tall.
No, did
A
you?
3 minus, you're unnaturally short.
Special
200
weapons now.
How do you go 200 divided by 10 D10?
Plus.
Hold on. What? Where's the? No, it's not divided by 10d10. It's plus.
So you're 200
Oh,
plus
okay.
10d10 centimeters tall. And the other one, you're only 75 centimeters plus 10d10.
Yeah, so you're gonna be
meters
short or tall. Let's roll that d6.
Yep, let's see if I'm
Become a dwarf. You got mutated into being a dwarf.
I'm a dwarf.
You're short.
I'm
We have a short scientist.
So Will became very small after the mutations.
Somehow that feels right. I don't know why.
I don't know. It works, right? Let's roll your 10d10.
Yep. Let's see.
See how many centimeters tall you are.
It's
And then we're going to get to find out what his actual bonus for the mutation is too.
And like really, if you think about it, being short can be both an advantage and a disadvantage.
there we go. Let's get this roll.
Could make it easier to hide from things, but it could also be making that harder to be found.
Wait, that was the stigmata. That wasn't even the.
Yeah,
wasn't even the flaw.
the flaw.
That was the stigmata.
So
You actually rolled really high.
75 plus 10 plus 69. So I am 144 centimeters. If I got my math right. It should...
Aren't you like? How many centimeters? Is it 12 centimeters or in an inch?
Meters to inches. He is 56 inches tall.
So you're like, you're 5.5 feet tall.
I'm 5.5 feet, really?
Oh
Yeah.
no, he's not 5.5. He's 4'8". Oh, he is not quite a dwarf, but he's tiny.
And weirdly enough,
Hold on,
this is
no.
going to be my first female character. So
Didn't you say he's 56 inches?
Yeah, 56.
Oh yeah, sorry.
56 is 4 short of 5 feet.
I'm sorry. For some reason I was thinking 60 inches was 6 feet. It's 72 inches is 6 feet.
He's little.
Yeah.
But he's not so little as to be like inhumanly little. He's just
No.
very small.
You rolled
Okay, now
really
you roll
high.
your flaw.
Yeah,
Now
let's
let's
see
see the
my-
flaw.
And also you rolled 69.
Yeah.
69. Shoot. I don't know
The
why
flaw.
I did that. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, it's a D12.
There we go. Yeah, I know. I'm just pulling back up my. For some reason, I closed out the PDF. I don't know why.
I do appreciate that you're going slower so I can both look at the chart and like I can show the chart off and show your roll when it happens.
Come on, PDF. Thank you. Let's get all the way back down here to flaws.
I
so
do
can
like
see what
the.
flaws
I
get.
do think I got some cool mutations.
Nice. I do too.
Not sure what I'm gonna do with the. Just the desert one was a little unfortunate. But that's okay.
All right.
Becoming good at dexterity for a brief period of time isn't the worst thing in the world.
Whoops.
You want to roll that D12, Will?
I got 12.
Well,
I'm
your
not even
body is not even
humanoid.
humanoid. Though
Oh
you
my
have
God.
at least one limb that can serve as a hand. Roll
Roll
1d4 plus 2 times. You need to roll again to determine how many times you have to roll on body part, animal, or shape table. Or maybe you could just let him re-roll so he doesn't have to be the slime monster.
I mean, that's not what it's saying here. Will,
He's gonna be
I
an
mean, I know
inhuman
it's extreme,
chimera.
but we all did roll on this table knowing what we were going to roll. Is this going to ruin it for you if you have to roll on this, Will? It's going to it might add some limbs. It might give you an animal snout or something like that, or it might make the shape of your body different. It's not going to... It can be crazy, but
why that's like the one I'd be like, maybe we could reroll.
You're
that
gonna be
one.
adjusting. You're not gonna be, like it says, you're not gonna be humanoid anymore. If you want to reroll, I'm okay with it. But if you want to be some weird creature, that's cool too. It's just a lot more complicated if you want to be a weird creature.
Yeah, I don't exactly like that trait.
I'm okay with that as a reroll because that one is definitely the hardest to do. It's the biggest fundamental change.
Yeah, I'd appreciate
One is
that.
weird.
Yeah, give me another D12.
Another 12. Okay, rolled an 8.
Okay.
Or
Features
you
of
are
forms that
animal.
have
you
heavy animal traits. Stream
you suffer a
unlift.
-2 penalty on all social skill checks with strangers.
Okay, let's see what animal trait you get. A D8 is what you need.
Indeed. 3.
Are
Insectile.
Nice. You're gonna have insectile animal features.
Like chitinous skin, compound eye type stuff. Those are some examples.
An insect-like scientist that is
It's pretty cool.
that's
A
4
very
foot
small,
8.
a very small insectile scientist. Now we find out what your benefit is.
Yeah, let's see what my benefit.
Yeah, we need a
happens to be.
D12. I love that there are a bunch of simple
10.
small tables that
Okay,
have
why
huge...
has everybody rolled a 10? Seriously?
If you want to re-roll because of the number of D10s, I will let you, because we've had so many.
We've had.
I know this sounds like I'm favoring Will, I just feel like we're getting a lot of the same thing.
And that kind of takes away from the fun of the
Yeah,
mutation, is if everyone
it
has
does.
the same stuff.
It does.
If you want to roll again, you can.
And 11. I get a sensory power.
Hey, that's the same as John, too.
Yeah, but you don't have it, though.
And there are others, so... Yeah,
there's
there
a
are
bunch of
plenty
them.
of options in there. Yeah.
Roll us a D8.
I'd love it. I was kind of hoping for an exotic power, but sensory works too.
I mean...
8. I
Have
get
Tracker's nose.
nose.
A bug that's good at sniffing people out, huh?
Let's see.
You can track by scent, much like a bloodhound. If the prey intentionally seeks to obscure its trail, make an opposed roll between int stealth and your wisdom survival skills for each day you trail them. You gain a +2 on all foraging skills.
Will's going to be our survival nor wisdom.
Well, no, it's their int stealth versus your wisdom survival. You would roll wisdom survival for tracking them if they're trying to hide themselves. But you get a +2 on all foraging skill checks, so you're going to be good at collecting food.
It's pretty useful. Yeah, I just don't need to eat.
And John don't need to sleep.
I like it.
Yeah.
I guess the good thing is that even though the desert isn't the best place for me, I can still survive in the desert. It just makes my dex less good.
Yeah.
Kill me.
Are you going to roll any more, Will? I mean, don't let this dissuade you, but I just had this realization that you're going to have like major fundamental changes to you when you come. Then again, when you come down, you're gonna have major fundamental changes to your body.
Yeah, because you're gonna turn into a bug person and shrink.
And keep this. And the funny thing about this,
though, you are podborn, and it does bring up uplifted creatures, so I could see this being a very natural way of you saying you are one of the previously uplifted creatures, because they did do this back in the day.
You're an uplifted insect scientist, and that's where you got these from. So you're podborn from back in the day. You were an uplifted insect creature put in a pod.
If you want to do that, I'm okay with that.
I'm honestly, I would rather her get it through the high shine instead.
Okay, cool. I like it.
My scientist, this, instead of scared the crap out of her, this would lead her. This would be very curious for her.
Nice.
You gonna roll again? Or is that it?
No, I was actually going to go ahead and put the last 2 into one of my skills or one of my modifiers.
Okay. Are they
You
going in the
can't
same
you can't
place, or are they
increase-
getting
you
spread
can't
out?
increase the same one twice. It says that in the rule.
Oh, okay, that's my bad. That makes sense though, because with like pretty much everything else, you couldn't focus.
That's
It-
true. I'm going to put one into intelligence and the other into dexterity. That'll give me a +2 intelligence and a +1 dex.
Okay. I wish I knew how we could adjust. It might be because there is a tab for attributes and abilities.
Oh yeah, I think
No, I can't do anything with the modifier specifically. Hmm. Maybe just make a note of it, and then anytime we're talking about those stats, you can just add it to your dice roll.
just just modify it then.
Yeah,
What we might have to do.
I think that's the way to do it.
Yeah. But let me go ahead and put the stuff into my mutations.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what I
Context of
did.
one.
yeah, that
Put
should
it
be
all
on.
in. Right,
Um,
Skylar.
Are you? I know we started out as just one. Is everyone getting converted to the mutation table, or is Skylar gonna say no mutations?
No, I'm a noble dynast. I have a good bloodline, darn it.
Okay. Are you gonna be one of those guys who can't be messed with?
I sure am.
Okay.
That is fair.
I like it. I wanted there to be some kind of mix, but if everyone went mutations, I wouldn't have been surprised.
So Jacob, thank you for letting me pick the stigmata, because I think that one was pretty cool. Oh,
Yeah.
crusted gray, knight thing. I thought it was cool.
I mean, you had a concept in mind. There was direction. I appreciate that. And it will seem to do really good with his, which I like. This is exactly the kind of thing. I think both of these are examples of what I'm looking for from this.
And I think he's gonna have metallic-y wings, are basically like immobile most of the time, and he can spend point. And when he spends the strain to fly, they basically like they shrug off the like coating of the metallic stuff, and so they can fly. Sort of gargoyle-y skin.
So is that where your metallic is going to be? Is going to be on your wings?
Mostly, yeah.
Okay. Cool.
That works. That was
Yeah.
my thought.
Yeah. No, it just says like it's supposed to be on a portion of your character. So I was just curious if that's where you wanted it. I like it. What are you doing with your stat increases then, Skylar?
I'm thinking wisdom and charisma increase my 2 speakers stats, and since I've got a lot of combat primitive, going the other to strength.
Okay. So just make notes of those that the modifiers are going to be one higher than they actually are. So that's going to change it. So Skylar now has a +1 strength, a +2 wisdom, and now a 0 chaw instead of a -1.
Cool.
Yeah. You can see how nice it can be. I don't know. I think everyone ended up with cool stuff. Even like just changing the stats can be great.
I don't think anybody ended up with a bad set.
I don't really think there are bad ones though, right? Like I understand the avoidance of that stigma that Will rolled.
The flaw. That's
or flaw, sorry, the flaw, because that's a huge
no
one.
longer human at all.
I'm honestly surprised that's on the table, but like maybe in the future it will just be if you guys end up rolling characters, because I assume we're going to introduce new characters at some point. That's just kind of the nature of playing games for a while. No matter what the reason for it is, I would probably say like fully embrace it. Like just let the dice roll.
Yeah.
But I mean, then again, I don't want people to play stuff they don't like, so I'm not gonna have you play something that you're like, oh, this is trash.
Got a cool movement power. Like the whole flying thing.
We have so many cool abilities from like everyone. Okay, now that we've done mutations, we can move on to hit points. So, you're gonna roll whatever die it is you have for your hit points. It's
Which for me is a D6.
I think it's a D6 for everyone, and then you're going to add your con mod. If you're a survivor, you get a +2. The lowest HP you can have is 1, and every time you level up, you are going to re-roll whatever your total hit die is and take the higher number. So if you rolled lower than you did, if we go to level 2 and you end up rolling lower than you did at level 1, you'll just keep your level 1 HP. So let's start, I don't know, let's start with, we'll just do it from the top again. Let's start with Will. And
Alrighty.
what kind of modifier are you going to have total?
Don't think Scrounger gets any special modifier.
No,
So
and your con 0, so yeah, you're rolling a
just
D6.
straight D6.
See how much HP you have.
I got max. Nice.
Nice! Ashley has a bunch of HP. You're... That's great.
Tanky bug.
I love it too, because you're a little
Yes.
bug, and when I think of, like... I don't know, when I think of bugs, I know they're pretty fragile compared to us, but I'm imagining... I mean, I did just have a dream last night about Starship Trooper arachnids, so I'm imagining really tough ones.
I mean, it could be
Right?
it could be her chitinous skeleton.
Oh, it's
Chitinous
Skylar.
skin.
Yes, I believe Skylar is next. What is Skylar rolling with?
It's a 1d6 and no modifier.
Yeah, like con's one of the few things you don't have adjusted. 2 HP. Okay.
Could have been worse.
Boy.
Don't get hit.
Me?
Kind of makes sense though. It's a speaker, right? Seems thematic. Yes, John, you would be up next.
Yeah. Just double checking. Oh, I got 6. Nice.
He's a survivor.
Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense. Lots of HP.
I'm now scared. Okay, here we go.
You're a
Go
survivor
for
as
the
well,
roll.
correct?
Yeah. I don't roll. Okay, I've got 8.
Nice.
You were worried for nothing.
Party rolled really good HP overall. You rolled pretty high above average, I think. Well, no, the 2 probably brings it down. What's the math here? 14's average. You guys got
More
18.
than that.
Yeah. So you guys are still above average by a decent amount when 24 is the highest. You're in the 75 percentile.
We got some good HP.
Or I guess it would be the other way around, wouldn't it? You're in the 25%.
Love the fact that I don't care about hunger.
Yeah, you just
I don't-
have like 1/3 of the survival tracks you don't have to worry about.
Yep.
Okay.
Gear.
Let's
By the way-
let's talk about languages first.
Oh, my goodness.
So it does say you get to choose to speak the native language of your enclaves, plus an additional language for every point of intelligence ability bonus you have. So
Hey, I got one.
most of the party is going to have multiple languages. Does anyone here have the language skill?
You mean literacy?
It
That's a
says
different
character
one.
with languages skill. I assume languages is a skill.
Languages is its own skill that gives
Yeah.
you more languages.
Yeah, you'd get another one if you had languages, but it sounds like no one does. So I haven't decided on any specific tongues that I was going to use, but I was going to have a variety, and I think I have an idea of like some that I want to include. I don't know if there is a list of languages on here though. You guys know if there's one within this book?
I did not see a list of languages.
I think that's fair because in Stars Without Number, it's whatever you guys want it to be. So I know for a fact that Italian is going to be a thing. There's going to be people that speak Italian just based on a concept that I ended up rolling for one of the enclaves. And I know that I want some kind of lunar language. So it'd probably just be called lunar. Because they do have their own tongue. And then everyone's gonna there's gonna be like a common tongue. I know that's not a default thing in the game, but I think there should be, because that's what they
Okay.
do in Stars Without Number. So everyone can just put like we'll just say Terran. That's what it's called in Stars Without Number. Terran is the common tongue. It's actually the language from Earth, which is, if I remember right, it's like 7 different languages smashed together. Because, it's
Oh.
really far in the future.
You know one language, and you also get a language if you have you get a language. You have culture, then enclave, the language of that enclave.
So if you guys have specific ideas for languages you'd be interested in having, you can tell me, and then I can like apply them to an enclave I think would make sense. Or if you want me, like maybe with Steven, he might want me to wait until he might want to wait to make this decision until we've had a conversation, because it sounds like we need to talk about a culture skill of his. If you guys want to wait, that's fine. Just make a note of how many languages you should have, and remember, I'm giving you Terran for free. So if you have no bonuses of any kind for languages, you should end up with Terran and 1 other. If you have language as a skill, you should end up with 3. If you have an intelligence modifier, you should end up with a 4th. And then if you have a culture of 0 or better, you get whatever tongue is common there. So how many people have culture enclave?
Me.
I do.
John, Skylar, and Steven. Will, do you?
I don't.
Okay.
It's fair. You're a podborn.
So with John and Skylar, with your guys' characters, I don't know how we should determine which one, since you guys are just going to be from Luna, correct?
Correct.
John?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know how we'll determine that. I don't know
I
if you
can
guys just want to
change it
do like
if we
random
need to.
ones, or if you want to provide me with some kind of direction for that. I'm open to ideas. Because it's gonna represent knowledge that you've somehow acquired of Terra.
I mean, I can change my backstory a bit if you want me to.
No, I don't need you to change your backstory. I'm just wondering if you want some kind of direction for that, or if it should just be randomly determined after I assign languages to enclaves.
I will say random for me.
What about you, Skylar?
I would say, given his background, it would particularly make sense if it were a, well-established, like, I don't know, a notable enclave of some kind, because of, yeah,
Where his
that
interest
might
would
actually have some
naturally lead him.
communication or something that had, in the past with Luna, that he might have. But other than that, yeah, I'm good with whatever works.
Okay. Well, if no one has any specific ideas at this point beyond what we've established, then you can just like make a note of how many you should have, just Terran, and then a note of how many you should have. It sounds like at most we're gonna have people, including Terran, with 4, I believe.
If we
Is
are
it
from Luna,
4?
would we also have like Lunarian or whatever the language is for Luna? Or
Luna should be the
That might be
native
your
one you
enclave.
take. That's
You wouldn't have Terran.
um
Oh, no, sorry. They would
I'm
have.
giving everyone Terran for free. But
So their enclave language would be less. Is that just
no,
or
I'm
that
giving
just basic
everyone
one? Ah,
I'm
sorry.
giving everyone Terra, and then as a default for the game, you choose the native language of your home enclave. Their home enclave would be Luna.
Ah, okay.
Oh, the language is just literally just called Luna.
It's probably called Lunar. Is probably what it would
Oh,
be.
Lunar. Okay.
It's the
And
equivalent of Luna's Terran. It's the language that gets used
Okay.
across the moon.
I need 2 more languages because I have a +1 in intelligence and I have the Enclave skill, so.
Yeah, the reason I said the most someone should end up with is 4 will is because we have some people who have well, everyone gets Terran, then you get your home enclave, and then we have some people who have both an intelligence buff and a culture enclave. So the most
Figure that out.
the most I think in this group we have is 4. Though hypothetically you could have like 5 to 7. I think 7 is the max you could have if you could somehow get culture enclave for 3 different enclaves.
Yeah.
Since I have a intelligence mod of +2, thanks to the mutation bonus, I chose lunar. Lunar is one of my second one. As my second one, I should get 1 more
Well, that's
because I don't have enclave as my
yeah,
bonus.
lunar should be your native one, right? It should be the one that's assumed as a default. So you'll have Terran, lunar, and then if you just have a +2 intelligence modifier, it should be 2 after that.
Okay.
If you don't have if you don't have languages or culture enclave.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you'll end up with 4. Like, so does that everyone in the group is ending up with 4?
Sounds
So
like it.
yeah.
Yeah, everyone's getting 4. Yours is just slightly different reasoning than everyone else. You have a huge
Yeah.
intelligence instead of a culture and above average intelligence. You're literally a genius.
You're
You're
also smart cookie.
you're the Einstein of our generation. Except for you're really from like
Bug.
10 generations ago.
Yeah, technically she's old as shit.
And you might actually be just as old as long as you've been frozen.
Okay, so let's
I believe after languages, just make sure you've noted that. I believe now we move on to items, which is the final step.
Question: is there like a list of languages or?
No,
There's
it's
no
it's
list of
just whatever
languages.
we want.
Oh,
That's why I
Okay.
was talking earlier. If you should have Terran and Lunar.
Yeah.
Terran's
And
a
then-
given. Lunar's your native.
well, yeah, 1 more of my choice, and then the Enclave. Got it.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's why I was asking earlier if you want a random one or if you have some kind of direction for that, because I haven't assigned languages
yeah.
to the vast majority of settlements
Yeah.
yet, because like I kind of planned on molding some of these settlements based on conversations we've had today and conversations I have with you guys before session 1. For example, Steven has culture for an enclave. So whatever enclave we end up deciding works best for him to be from is going to have that language. And depending on the enclave, it might be something that I just say, this is like the one that makes the most sense. Or I might just be like, what language interests you, Steven? It just
Okay.
depends.
A gear we get.
Because I have a weird feeling that's based on because we haven't talked that much, but we've talked a decent amount, and there's kind of a story that I can see kind of forming with the way his character went. I think I have an idea of the place he's been, or like what his enclave would be. And if it's the one I'm thinking of, then there's probably a set language, but that'll depend on the conversation we have.
I have 1 more question.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure this. Okay, I know this takes place on Earth. So what country does it take place on?
This could be taking place on the east coast of the United States of America and maybe part of Canada.
Okay.
Northeastern seaboard.
Yeah. If you I didn't do it on purpose. This is a happy accident, but if you scroll down to basically the bottom of the book, you will see the map that I'm using.
Okay, yeah. I just want to make sure.
It's just not a entirely accurate map is the way I'm going to have it be.
Yeah, I just wanted to double check. Anyways, let's go on to loot.
Equipment. Everyone's going to get a knife. Which you can find the stats for if you go look at weapons, but maybe you don't need to jump on that. You're also going to get to
Nice.
choose one weapon from the starting weapon list. There's a set number of weapons that you can start with, a list specifically for starting weapons. And then a suit of armor that would be common for your enclave, which, if we're talking lunar, I will jump forward to once I'm actually looking at the armor. And then you're going to get a crude backpack or sack, something to carry your stuff in, and then a D6 plus 2 rations, each of clean food and water. So maybe what we should do, because we're also going to roll for random equipment after that, you can have
You
up to
can
6
choose.
items if you want the 6. They will all be random equipment. What I would say is let's all do our food real quick, which is a D6 plus 2. This is for food and water. So just one roll to determine how much of both you have. If you guys want to throw a D6 out real quick, that would be great.
6 plus 2.
Yeah, well, I mean, you don't need the plus 2 in it for now. I don't, like, you can just do the
But
math.
the rations. Is there
Okay,
an
wait,
inventory
one-
for that? 1d6.
Yeah, it's going to be a D6 plus 2, but if you don't have the plus 2 in the roll, that's fine. You can just add that after.
Okay, yeah, 1d6 or 2d6?
1.
Okay. And where do I put that?
Oh. Don't have very much.
3, 3, 3.
Doesn't
1.
matter.
Consistency, except for Steven.
Well, he doesn't need
Okay.
food. So
He doesn't. That's true.
he just has
Don't
water and some money, basically.
Yeah.
Teeny bit of spending cash. You can go get more water with that.
That's true. I can
Okay,
trade
wait.
food for water.
Yeah.
Is it all bite or rat?
Bite's dirty. It says it's clean, so it should be a rat.
Okay. So we get 5 clean.
Yeah, bite's contaminated, rat's clean, and then what was the third term?
Plat, which
At
is pretty
Plat.
Plat. Yeah, which is the super awesome stuff from back when you were alive. Bug
This is gonna feel-
scientist.
It's gonna be freaking weird as scientists from the old world.
It's definitely going to be
What
a
if-
very different mindset than everyone else.
Yeah.
But let's move on to the we'll start with the weapons list, and I'm gonna talk about that a little bit, and then I'll move on to armor. And then once we've all decided on weapon or armor, or if some people are spending some time on that, we can just move over and start doing people's 6 rolls. And you don't have to do all 6 of the rolls. You can decide how many you want.
Optionally, you may also sacrifice 2 rolls from your 2 rolls to pick one item.
That's true. I would recommend embracing the randomness, though, both for simplicity's sake and just so you have more stuff.
I was just pointing out because
Yep. No, I'm glad that you did. So starting weaponry, it's all pretty straightforward. There's all some very simple stuff in there. I can see the salvaged laser pistol that I'm sure our scientist is going to start with. But I believe, is it Skylar? Did you have primitive weapons?
Yes.
There's a primitive bow right there.
I also have primitive weapons.
Yeah, after seeing what stats they feed off of, I'm switching one of my attribute bonuses over to Dex from Strength. But yeah, I'll be going with a bow.
Okay. Is it something that you could like regularly do with the build system, the way you're adjusting your stats?
Not that I found a way, I just notated it down.
No, I mean like you're just adjusting one of the steps you took, right?
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he's just doing his the pure human thing he did.
Yeah, where I added the 3 plus 1, so instead of 1 going to Strength, it's going to Dex instead. I was just telling you, just I don't know, make you aware.
No, I'm glad. Yeah, so for primitive options, we have a sword or a primitive bow. For projectile, oh, we also have frag grenades. Those are primitive. I mean, it makes sense for the skill. I know they're not primitive weapons. Though to be fair, they're not that complicated. If like you only have to be tech level 2 to be able to make explosives. For your projectiles, we have a breech loading rifle and a hand-forged revolver, and then unarmed is just the kinesis. Is that how that's supposed to be? Or is it kinesis?
I don't know.
Kinesis wraps. Kinesis? Because, yeah, I think it's... I want to say it's kinesis.
It's
Kinesis.
monk hand wraps that let them affect machines and stuff, so that's cool.
Yeah. And the only energy option is the salvage laser pistols.
Incidentally, the sword can be exchanged for any other tech level 1 melee weapon. It does
I
expressly
think
say that in its description.
I think I would let you guys choose any of the armor, really. Though I would keep in mind, like, we haven't decided how you're gonna end up on the lunar ship that's taking you to Terra. But you guys are exiles, so if you're gonna go with like the scrap mail armor, have a good reason for it. If you're coming from Luna. I'm not saying you can't, but just have a reason for it. I think that would make just for armor in general, but more so for the best armor. Like it would probably represent something that I don't know. It could represent a lot of things. Be creative. I'm not going to do anything that I think will limit you. And then I mean, I know your concept, Steven. So it's probably fine for you to take anything.
I was just gonna go with the sword, and I was going to go with the scrap mail.
Oh yeah, with the weapons, I feel like all of those are viable. I will say, as a note that like a lot of the people that are leaving Luna with you guys are not choosing to go, and that can include you. Most of the people do not want to go, but are.
You kidding me? There's adventure down there.
Most people are being forced. You're not being sent with the best kind of people. You're being sent with the worst Luna has to offer. Who has both armor and weapons picked?
I do, but I'm just trying to put them in right now. So
Okay, what are you going with, John?
I'm going with a breech loading rifle
Nice.
and hide armor.
Hide armor, okay.
Look, they can't stab me if I'm 200 feet away.
That's fair.
I was going to go
And a
with the
cool
rifle
thing-
anyways, even if I didn't have it. So
Are you the one that has the vulnerability to stab wounds?
yeah, like even if I
Nice.
didn't have the stab wounds, I would probably go with the rifle anyways, just because of what I was thinking.
Okay. Anyone else?
Still working on my stuff. It took me a while to find all the stats.
Oh yeah, sorry, page 27. That's my
It's
bad.
way down there in like 120.
And I don't know if you guys saw it, but with the shield, anyone can choose a shield as well as a piece of armor. The shield, anyone can justify that. I mean, it literally just says it's just a couple pieces of scrap put together.
Okay, there are no weapon stats for the knife apparently.
Knife is I'll tell you that because I already looked it up from the back of the book. Knife is primitive. Attribute is Dex or Strength. Damage is 1d4. Range is 6/9.
Nice.
So, and the ranges are like the maximum you can do without a penalty, and then your maximum period. So if you're in between those two numbers, you're taking a -2 penalty.
A neat thing, Jacob, that I realized. I can make my sword work off Dex because swords can work off Dex. So my pumping my Dex is actually good.
Yeah, you
Can-
can be a dexterous sword fighter as opposed to a more
Strength
brute
one.
force kind of guy.
Wait, that can't be fucking right. Oh wait,
What?
it's because it's beginner items. Sorry, like,
Yeah, there's more stuff out there. This is just the stuff you can start with.
yeah, but like, there's like a thing for the breech loading rifle, for in starting weaponry and in like the actual equipment, and they're two different things.
I'm
use
honest.
Use the starting one. 'Cause
Yeah.
that's what we have.
Yeah, that's what I'm planning.
That makes sense. That means you can work towards a proper breech loading rifle.
The proper breech loading rifle is terrible, so no.
Is it?
It's terrible. Trust
What's
me.
the difference?
I think the damage is a 1d12, and the range in meters is 25 to like 50. So
That's interesting that one of them is way better than the other one.
unless like they're stupid and be like, oh, we forgot that
That
this
doesn't
the 200
seem
is
right
not.
because that means its range is worse than like literally every other weapon, and it just has effectively like slightly less damage than the regular breech loading rifle.
It's,
Exactly.
Just go with the one on the starting weaponry.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
You also start with 20 bullets.
Oh, I know.
Oh, got. I have my full encumbrance worth of gear when I'm fully outfitted to fight. Sword, my shield, and my scrap mail armor.
Yeah, that's important to remember. You can have a number of readied items equal to half your strength, and a number of stored items equal to your full strength.
That's why I bumped my strength up to 8. That I
It-
was not cripplingly low.
We have a smart party, but we actually have a pretty weak party as well. A handful of low, like quite a few low strength stats.
When it comes to encumbrance, if I have when it comes to readied items, if I have a odd number, do I round down or up?
Down. Round down.
Down, okay.
Everything rounds down in this game.
The good
That's-
thing, Jacob, is while I might have low strength, I do have the ability to steroid my damage stat. I'm using dex for damage, so I can still hit things hard. Just can't carry as much.
Yeah. That's nice.
So, as a positive, also I am ready. I have all my starting gear added.
Okay. Well, we need to do the random items.
That's what I'm saying. I have the starting weapons and armor.
Okay. I don't know what page they're on. Is the problem?
26.
Okay. No, 129. Because it's
The table's on
random.
26.
Is there a random item table there?
Yes.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Also 129 apparently. I don't.
Okay, I see it for the starting gear. There's random items right there. I totally went right past that. So, you want to do yours? You want to just roll? I mean, just roll them all.
I do start with a backpack. I forgot to add the backpack.
Yeah, you get a backpack or a sack.
Okay, wait. I think I see what they messed up on, because the breech loading rifle on the beginning items has the same damage and range as a semi-automatic rifle. So that's kind of funny.
They might have I think they might have put the wrong stats into the breech loading rifle you get at the start of the game.
Yeah, I just find that kind of funny.
Well, if
Okay.
that's the case, we need to look at it because, well, what page are the weapons that aren't the starting weapons?
129. So
Okay, let me look at those. Okay, so breach. Am I crazy? No, that's primitive. Projectile. I did think it was weird that the breech loading rifle was shorter range than the revolver.
25 meters is still a long range. Huh?
Okay, so
The
should I
damage,
roll?
I don't know. Like, because what a breech loading rifle is supposed to be, it feels like the version that's on projectile weapons makes more sense.
Starting weaponry.
Yes.
I think you should just apply that one then, if it makes more sense.
I think it
starting weapon? Okay.
I mean, it's a breech loading rifle.
It's basically a hunting rifle at this point.
It's not even a hunting rifle.
Yeah. So,
it's a breech loader. This is like what they had in like fucking like the Civil War.
I know.
Or no, it's
similar.
It's more World War One.
Yeah.
It's more Civil War.
It's not more Civil War.
Well, I mean, like,
hear me out. The tech was used in both eras.
Okay, good point.
Think a hunting rifle.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a hunting rifle.
But I'm thinking like an M8, like an M1819, like something you would see if you went to a hunting lodge.
Position over Maz. Maz.
It's an old ass beater up rifle that's not good.
Okay.
But it has high damage. Part of that is the fact that it's
a giant lead slug.
Yeah.
Shot at you. Okay. So, should I roll on the starting gear table, Jake?
Yeah, let's do one at a time. And you can do up to 6. You might not want to because you might be too encumbered. 39. What is that?
Lantern and 2 flasks of oil. Oh joy, that's encumbrance right there for that. Of encumbrance.
Well, I will let you roll all your items and then choose which ones to keep. I'm okay with that.
Okay. 51, that's more rations.
Hey, that's money. That's flexibility right there.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep rolling. 97, utility tarp.
That sounds
I don't know
useful.
what these items do. There's probably a description of what they do in the back of the book.
Yeah, I can go grab the utility tarp. I can go look at it and let you know.
15, blueprint +2 for a tier list 2/3 item you choose.
Okay, that's actually pretty good.
I'm not sure what exactly that means, but I think it's pretty good and it doesn't take encumbrance slots.
Blueprints are literally hard copies that show you how to make something.
Ooh. Okay. Alright, and then so that's one.
So Will could actually make use of that.
A med kit? 38 is med kit.
Yeah, so if you're rolling tech medical, med kits are going to help you with that.
My last roll was a meta tool.
Meta tools are cool. They basically let you do a bunch of stuff that they're like a catch-all tool. They're like a Swiss Army knife, basically.
A multi-tool.
But they aren't going to replace like specialized gear. What's it say here for the meta tool?
Just writing it all down in a list.
Okay. Meta tool. Yeah, it's used for spot work and jury wigging gear. It's also able to perform any work that might normally require a TL1 or TL0 toolkit. So you can do a bunch of shit with this.
Oh, so that's a good thing.
And you can use it to repair stuff up to tech level 4 items. So it's good for maintenance.
I probably want to keep the meta. I think I probably do want the meta tool.
I'm gonna
what exactly?
Scroll down to the utility tarp. The fuck is the utility tarp? Utility tarp. It's waterproof, opaque. It's about 3 meters on one side. It has a small 3-state control strip along the edge. In its first state, it's limp and can be folded into a fist-sized bundle. In its second state, it becomes semi-rigid and can be molded into any desired shape. In its third state, it hardens to support as much as 500 kilos of weight and cannot be shaped. Anyone able to reach the control can change the tarp state. 8 points of damage will break a utility tarp and render it useless. That seems pretty useful.
That does seem pretty useful. Okay, I'm just trying to find the full list of the gears so I see it.
It's page 129 is where it starts. I think the blueprint, the meta tool, and the utility tarp are the most useful things you guys have. The med kit can be great. The question is, does anyone here have tech medical?
Me.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait.
Then
wait.
the
do I?
med kit I would strongly recommend
Yeah.
as well.
Never
guess you-
mind. I
well,
don't have
okay, I
tech
can't-
medical.
Haha,
Okay, so
I do.
let me. I'm just trying to figure out how exactly does
What do you
how
mean?
exactly encumbrance works.
So you can carry a number of supplies readied equal to half your strength, and then you can also carry a number of items in encumbrance equal to your full strength. So that you can
Okay.
do both.
Okay.
So if I have 10 strength, I can have 5 encumbrance worth of items ready to use at any moment, and then I can have 10 encumbrance on top of that I could pull out of a container like the backpack or sack I just got.
Okay. So I have blueprints. So that is cool. I'm definitely going to take the. Okay, actually, I can carry all this stuff. Barely.
You're going to take it all?
Why not?
Sounds good to me.
Uh,
I mean, there's no
wait,
reason not to. Who
do
is
weapons-
who else is ready to do items?
I think I
me.
am.
Okay. I mean, we had John going second next time, so we'll just do him second as long as everyone's cool with that.
Sure.
Question. Do weapons have encumbrance, or
Yes,
am I being stupid?
I'm
Yes.
100% positive
Have a
they
number.
What?
Have a number for their encumbrance.
do. You're a breech loader, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it might not say it under the projectile weaponry.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
It might say it specifically underneath it.
Have it in the starting weapon.
Yeah, it seems weird that it's not there. It does have it under the starting weapon though, but I would like to know where to find it otherwise. But if it is there, just grab it there.
Okay. I'll just do it after the rolls. Anyways.
Okay, just roll AD 100 6 times. Do it individually though.
Okay. So 39.
Just do all
I
of them at
get-
once so we have them all out there.
Okay. So got
What you got?
that. Lantern with oil. I got binoculars.
That's
Nice.
always cool.
Well, yeah, you did. Okay, nice.
I got a fire starter.
A lot of survival stuff so far.
I got purge stim doses. No idea what those are.
Patch stim doses. So they're for
No,
healing.
purge.
Oh, are they purge?
Patch.
Oh,
Purge.
Yeah,
purge is
purge
to get.
stim.
I think purge is the one that gets rid of sickness.
Now I got the patch.
No, patch is the one that gets. There's a couple of them that do similar things.
There's patch and purge, and they're next to each other on the list.
Yeah, there's
That's why.
there's patch, there's purge, and then there's like 3 more. I think there's a rage stim.
And I got a crowbar. Perfect.
Nice.
I wonder if purge has something to do with the mental stress.
I think one of them does a
Strain
lower
stress.
strain.
Fortunately, though, strain does heal 1 point per night.
Yes, which is going to be important for most people. Well, for everyone, to be honest.
Particularly important for me, given I have multiple things that use strain. Multiple resources with my mutations. Trying to decide what piece of tech I should have a blueprint for.
That could even tie into
Background stuff.
yeah. So just decide what you're going to grab, John, and throw it on your list. We'll move on to what Will's
Yeah.
getting.
I'm just
Can
going to
we,
grab it all.
Notably, it can be either a 2 or a 3 full tech.
Which
so.
is important. Tech
My
level
first
3 is
roll?
like modern day stuff, if I remember correctly. Yeah,
Yeah.
tech level 3 is like 21st century.
Yeah.
Well-
I believe that because of how Will stuff, Will can actually make that kind of thing.
Potentially. Yeah, if he has a blueprint for it, it's going to be way easier. But that means you need tech level 3 scrap, which is harder to get than tech level 2.
Yeah, repairing my laser pistol is going to be a bit of a bitch.
Yeah, that's true. You want to get your dice rolls
Breaks.
out there, Will?
Yeah, first dice roll is 55.
That
I'll just
gives
go ahead and roll them all
you
out.
some patch stims.
Yes, it does.
What's our next one?
Roll is 99. I get the tarp.
Nice.
utility
Another
tarp.
utility tarp.
Hell yeah. Third roll. 8. I got a TL4 backpack.
Nice. I assume that's going to let you carry more stuff.
Probably.
So if you want to make the other item, you should have got, I think it said like a satchel or something. That's okay.
Go ahead and trade in the level 1 backpack for a TL4. Is that what you're saying?
Well, because you have the option of getting like I think it said like a backpack or a satchel. Like there's 2 different items you could choose.
Yeah.
So if you want to switch to the other one, I don't know if it actually matters, but I'm sure there is a place where it
I
lists
have
both
no
those
idea.
items.
Let's go ahead and get my fourth roll out of the way.
Yeah.
And I got a 96. That gives me
Power
more
cells.
power cells.
Nice. 2
More
of them.
ammo. More
Backpacks
ammo
is-
for my lasers.
Backpacks appear. I'm looking at backpacks. Backpacks just say that they allow people to carry the things that their strength would allow them to carry, because otherwise you couldn't carry stuff because you pack for it.
It doesn't say anything specifically about the tech level 4 one.
I don't see anything about it. I'm looking.
I assume there's a difference because it's on the starting gear that you can randomly roll and it's something you can choose.
Okay, my fourth roll was thermal flares.
I'm looking. Seeing.
Is it an encumbrance difference? Is there encumbrance on backpacks?
Yes.
Okay, tech level 4 backpack doesn't have an well, it has a star next to it, so they're probably variable. Or maybe no,
Items
this
weigh
item,
a negligible amount.
yeah. So a tech level 4 backpack just isn't super heavy?
I feel like it should be more than that.
No, that's what it does. That
It makes
Feels
sense.
very underwhelming for a TL4.
I mean, it's a
doesn't
backpack.
take an encumbrance slot. It's a high-tech backpack that doesn't weigh as much. It's a good thing. Opposed to the normal that's the thing, is a backpack is divided. It's got 3 or 50 cost. 3/50. 1/dash. So the 1/star. So your backpack doesn't weigh anything essentially.
Nice.
For me, okay, I am weighed up to my limit because I'm using my backpack. Then I'm carrying which weighs 1. Then I'm carrying 6 other things that all weigh 1. That all worth of weight. So that's wrong. It shouldn't be 6. There we go. I fixed it. It's not 6. It's 5. But still.
You want to give us your
Last
last roll, Will?
That's what I'm doing. 27. 27 is fire starters.
Nice.
I get
Cool.
TL4 fighter starter.
Nice.
So first one was a 55.
You ready, Skylar?
Sure.
Sure, let's get your D100s out there.
Let me toss them out there, and then I can look them up, or we can look them up.
Yeah. Okay, well, another utility tarp.
The tarps are pretty good.
Let's see. 57 is a 2 purge stims. And 2 34s, huh? Okay, that's each one of those is 3 glow bugs. And another utility tarp.
Consistency.
utility tarps are useful and they're worth something, so you might be able to trade it to someone for things because utility tarps are pretty cool.
Oh, and ammunition.
Oh, I can use more arrows. I got a bow.
You're gonna start off with double the amount of ammunition you should have had. Nice.
Nothing wrong with that.
And I think with the ammo, it was dependent on the tech level for it, how much encumbrance it covered. As you can tell, just looking at this chart, it says like 20 rounds of ammunition is 1 encumbrance, but I think it's actually different depending on what type of weapon it is. Like I know you can carry
the
more.
Gun ammo was more.
Yeah. Like I think the projectile was like 10 of them is 1 encumbrance, and then like a bow was like 20, something like that. I'll have to look at the ammunition specifically.
Guys, weapons don't have encumbrance.
They do.
I just checked.
Where do they
do,
say the
it's-
encumbrance?
They don't.
Steven?
Um,
'Cause I haven't been able to find it. I'm sure there's a place for it. It might even have a specific place where it's like, this is what weapons weigh, and maybe it's not, a specific, maybe it's not specific to weapon, maybe it's types of weapons.
remember reading it that weapons had encumbrance when I read through the book.
Oh, I'm
Don't
sure they
remember.
do. I don't know where it is. Oh no, I see it under the armor. The armor has it on the list. Weapons. Is it weapons count as 1 item for encumbrance purposes? Weapons that require 2 hands count as 2 items. So
There you go. That's it.
So 1 item is 1 encumbrance, unless it's 2-handed, in which case it's 2
It's 2.
encumbrance. Okay, so
And
breech
for
loading rifle
guns,
would
they
be 2
use-
encumbrance.
I knew it was there. I just couldn't remember where I read it. I knew I'd read that the sword
It's-
was 1.
Because it's in a weird spot. It's under the first set of weapons. It's under primitive weapons, which leads me to want to check projectile to see if it's different there. No, it's not different there, but it brings up the ammunition under projectile weapons.
Okay.
A pouch of 20 loose bullets counts as 1 encumbrance item, as does 1 full magazine or 1 revolver speed loader. These items can be bundled together for easy hauling, with 3 of them counting as 1 item. Some advanced firearms are able to fire in burst mode. Each burst expends 3 bullets and grants +2 bonus to the hit and damage roll for the attack. Okay, so you can kind of store your weapons in a few different ways, which is interesting.
Yeah, don't worry. I just brought them out.
I got lucky with my gear rolls because I still got two encumbrance left that I can use.
I
Ended
think
up with 1 left. I have
it's-
1 free encumbrance now.
Wait, no, I got 1 left. Sorry. So
I think it's
6.
cool to see how, like, even rolling on the charts kind of tells a story of what you were able to bring with you.
Like this, in my case, my guy's got a whole bunch of. He's got basically stuff that he had as part of like the kit, and a piece of tech gear he was able to scavenge. A piece of like the holy blueprints he was able to scavenge the thing before shit went to hell. It's the blueprints for harmony armor. Something pretty cool.
Oh, and I don't remember if I brought this up earlier, but when you guys are trying to attack things, you're shooting for 20 or higher.
So the higher than, because you add the AC
Yes.
to your bonuses, and then you get the total number.
Yes.
If you're higher than 20, you hit them.
You're wearing hide armor. Someone's going to get a +6 to their attack roll when they shoot at you.
Jacob,
and
is
I think we're basically done at this point.
thing about Roll20 is we can go in and edit the sheets more and work on stuff too, and like add in like name and things like that when we figure it out, because it doesn't require Jacob to open Fantasy Grounds.
That is
good.
honestly the best part of this. That's the best part
So,
of Roll20.
As a just neat bit, Jacob, did Do you know what Harmony armor is?
No.
Is old armor of the of basically the like riot police type deal back before the Scream or the
Okay.
Apocalypse. So the fact that they have a set of blueprints, good armor of that type is pretty cool. Special stash of like armor stuff.
Is that what you're gonna go with?
Yeah.
Nice. There's this really
was the
special armor
blueprint.
you have a blueprint for.
The sort of the holy collection of artifact stuff, like the greatest members of the order have that. We need to have that talk, but
Yes.
cool.
Comments, questions, concerns? How did everyone feel about character creation?
It was pretty good.
Fun.
Pretty good.
Like, I have an AC of 4. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I gotta get my armor. Shit.
Oh, did you go with a shield?
Incidentally, the shield primarily an old stop sign.
Nice. How'd you feel about the character creation, Skylar?
Pretty good. Wish I had more than 2 hit points, but that's the way the rules go.
That's
That
why
was so bad.
you didn't grab a
You get to
sword.
roll 2 dice.
Yeah, next level, statistically speaking, you should have dramatically higher HP.
Yeah.
If you ever roll worse than your previous level, you just keep the previous level. So
Yeah.
it's pretty cool that way. I actually think it's a pretty neat system for leveling up points.
That is something worth keeping track, because it's not worse comparative to like what your like HP bonus is. It's worse on the dice. So you should keep track of the die you rolled at level 1 and level 2 and level 3 and so on. Because it's not talking about any other modifiers. Those modifiers don't matter. Because your modifiers can change, right? So if you haven't, please write down what HP you rolled for first level before any modifiers.
So is the when is the plan for us to start the game proper?
Next Thursday works for me.
I can go with that.
I don't see any reason why that'd be a problem for me. We'll just have to touch base on the backstory stuff and work
Yeah,
on
I'm
all
gonna have
that.
to talk to all of you before then.
Yeah.
Skylar, John, does next Thursday work?
Yeah, works
Yeah.
for me.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna end up doing a little bit of work on this, probably in a few hours. If you guys have any comments, questions, concerns, awesome. But I'm probably gonna head off, and I am gonna ask for some like backstory from you guys, and probably mold the lunar base you guys are from, kind of based on some of the information I get from you guys. But I'm not 100% sure what I was going to be entailed in like my prereqs for backstories. So kind of just think about whatever's going on through your heads right now, and I'm still gonna end up asking for some kind of elevator pitch, so keep that in mind, and I will get you guys more specifics in like the next 24 hours. Like by tomorrow night, I'll have what I'm looking for. I'm just really tired, and I need to get some food in me before I die. Because unlike
I'm
someone
in a
here, I
similar
need
situation.
to eat.
Oh, hey, in real life, I need to eat, and I'm about to eat. So,
I'm gonna go get some
Um,
pizza that was ready like 2 hours ago.
oh, so Jacob, I have a question.
Yeah.
Since you're gonna be around later, like you think what, like about 2 hours or so, something like that?
if we are gonna talk, it would probably be more like an hour because I would want to eat. I just want to eat and shower.
Okay, sure. Then we can
So-
just talk in like an hour. Then I'm fine. I just
Yeah.
was trying to give you as much time as you needed.
You know, you get your food, I'll get my food. I'm gonna do that and shower, and then I should be good to talk because I don't think I'm gonna need to do
Okay.
dishes because there's gonna be like nothing basically.
Yeah, because then we can work out the backstory stuff and have that chat. Because that's
That's
some
fine.
cool stuff to pitch for you.
And if anyone else wants to talk tonight, I can make time for it. I don't have a problem with that because tomorrow I don't even know if I'm gonna have a fucking game. I'd like to have a game.
I really hope we have a game. I really been looking forward to it.
It just sucks because we had someone drop out last minute.
Yeah.
Is anyone else here want to talk tonight about the game?
I need to go to bed.
That's fair. I'm very fortunate that I get to choose my own hours. Yeah. Cool. That sounds like I'm just chatting with you tonight, Steven, and everyone else, you know.
Okay.
Let your ideas percolate, and I will give you some direction tomorrow. I think it's gonna involve like why you guys are on the ship, or in Steven's case, probably why he's in the area he's in.
Yep.
Probably gonna be stuff related to that and kind of what your like what you did in the respective places that you lived. Some people aren't gonna need to answer questions the same way. Obviously, I think Will's answer is gonna be a little different since he's been asleep for a minute, but he's a good example of like I'm gonna have to ask everyone unique questions, and he's definitely gonna have some unique questions to ask.
Yes. I'm going to need to ask, and I'm going to need to talk to you, Jake, about how it is I go about getting a mount.
Exactly. That's one of those things we'll have to talk about. So, and if you guys have any like questions you think would be good to ask, I'm totally open to ideas. If you think there's things that would be important to know, and you noticed we're not playing D&D or Pathfinder. There's no alignment system, but I still want to use. I do have a. I really do like the idea from Pathfinder they had because it's basically what I tried to make as a kid with their loyalty system. Have any of you used that?
No, but I can look it up. I know of it. I just don't know exactly how it works.
It's really simple, and I'll explain it because I'm not going to use loyalties word for word. Basically, you choose the 3 most important things to your character. This can be places, this can be people, this can be ideas, this could be religion. It can be pretty much anything you can think of, and don't say yourself. Everyone has self-preservation.
Well, that's a give it.
Yeah.
Everybody cares about keeping themselves alive and safe.
And then you'll prioritize them from 1, the most important thing, all the way down to 3, the least important thing. Keeping in mind that these are the 3 most important things to your character. I think this is a simple way to like organize values for a character that's not very intrusive because it's flexible. There's no enforcement behind them. But it gives you a little bit of a sense of direction. So unless anyone has any major objections to that, I think we'll just use a system like that. Was there any
Got no issues with it?
That could work.
Yeah, sounds good.
Was there any confusion behind the idea?
No.
I didn't think so, but I want to
Okay,
ask.
so can you? Okay, sorry.
What? What's up, John?
So just basically, hand you our character's most important things from 1 to 3. Got it.
Yeah, the things that are most important to them. Your values is
Okay.
what we're choosing. You know,
Yeah.
if I was
just
doing like a
yeah, I'm just repeating.
stereotypical, I don't know, who's a popular person that everyone knows a bunch about. Throw something out there.
Batman.
Batman, okay. Probably like Justice
Yeah.
would probably be his first one.
I'm just repeating what you said.
Yeah. No, that's like a good example. Yeah. Batman.
Justice, probably followed up by like life.
Parents?
Yeah, his parents are important. Also, he doesn't. Also, one of his big things is he does not kill anyone. He will
Yeah,
not kill people.
I think it's justice, life, law. Like the law is important to him, but
Yeah.
it's not as important to him as justice or someone's life.
Yeah.
So
But Batman does not kill.
in
that is
that
an
order.
important thing about Batman.
Oh, I guess so.
Yeah.
Probably life, justice, law.
Yeah. Yeah. Because he will always save the person. So yeah.
Counterpoint, he married an assassin.
That depends on the Batman. There's like so many different versions of Batman.
Okay, you have a
Right.
point there.
Batman.
You have a point there, but I still want to mention that he married an assassin.
True. But I think that's
Batman
a good example.
does not kill. Yeah.
But
anyway.
But it could be general. It could be more generalized concepts. It could be more specific ones, like you saw with Batman. Those are some more like general concepts. But you could specifically be like, okay, I have a loyalty to my family. That could be one of your loyalties.
Yeah.
I personally think if I would, I mean, we're more complex than this, but if I had to choose 3 loyalties for myself as a person, family would be on my list. I've never really thought about it more beyond that, but I know family's really fucking important to me, so that would be on my personal list. So you could have a concept like that, like, I don't know, we do have some crazy scientist person from back in the day. Maybe one of their loyalties is literally just to, like, science itself.
Possibly.
I don't know what you guys are going to do, but you can do stuff like that. I have a strange feeling that at least someone is going to end up with a loyalty to Luna. Then again, most, if not all of you, are exiles. That's something you can be creative with, though. Like, you give me an interesting reason for being an exile. You could just be like, fuck it, I don't know. You could be like, I snuck on. I don't know. You could do a bunch of different stuff. I'm trying to do things to encourage you guys to be creative.
Yeah.
All right.
Like, I could totally picture Will's character actually being valued up on Luna because of the whole science thing, and then actually was like, no, I'm going to sneak on because I want adventure.
That could be cool.
Because that's literally what Will was talking about. I mean, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, Will. It seems like that was the sort of thing you were saying about how you wanted to go on an adventure and how smart she is. So it just seemed like
it's that's definitely something. Sounds like something she would do.
And I would expect, since this is a game that I'm making myself and it's not me tweaking and adjusting the intent of other creators, I would expect a very little, if any, of me just being like, nothing happens or there's nothing here.
yeah.
They do that quite often in like Pathfinder pre-mades, and I try and adjust it sometimes, so it's more than that. But I'm not gonna let that happen in my games.
Okay.
Not in this. It might not be great. It might not be what you wanted, but it won't be nothing.
I certainly I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be fun. And thank you for being flexible, Jacob. I appreciate it.
And I'm fucking sorry this ended up taking so long, guys. I didn't think it was gonna be this long, so I appreciate all of you sticking around.
Yeah, I mean, I had time, and it was a very positive session. We learned a lot. We ironed out a lot of things.
We got a lot done.
Yeah, but anyway, I'm gonna get off, and I'll talk to you in a little bit, Jacob. Once we've both had the chance to eat.
I'm going to bed. Night, y'all.
Have a wonderful night, y'all.
Yeah, me too. See ya.
See you guys.
Later.
Night, everyone.
Sure.